What's up, everybody? Got a little bit of a delay, just because, we've done a bunch of these. You guys hear me? As long as you guys can hear me. Got a little bit of a delay, just because the worst thing, it's not really necessarily the worst thing, but it gets pretty annoying when, obviously, picks get leaked on Twitter and stuff, and then there's like, look at the chat, and, it spoils it, you want the initial reaction, but basically, every time there's a pick actually comes in, I'm going to record like also little clips of the stream so I can make like a compilation for everyone that might have missed it, given the live takes. But, let's be honest, I expect a lot more people to click in right around 15 and or 18 with Philly picks. And we'll say right now, within the first minute of the stream being live, that for those of you that have watched a lot of my draft streams, every year we start the stream with the guy that I don't want. Every year we start the stream with the guy that I don't want. Going all the way back to when Philadelphia drafted Nelson Aguilar out of USC. Didn't want him. Like the one guy didn't want. Got him. The next year we got Derek Barnett. Didn't want him. Talked about the whole stream. Maybe not the whole stream because obviously Philly, I think that year they picked 14. So we had to wait out of the, once pick 8, pick 9 came along, I was like, they're going to get Derek Barnett, aren't they? Don't get Derek Barnett. They got Derek Barnett. And then the year after that, oh no, my cat's locked in here. Then the year after that, come here, bud. You want to say hi to everybody? Come here, Riggs. This is Rax. Say sup, Rocks. Go in your spot. If you're chilling for the stream, Riggs, get in there. But Derek Barnett, he was like the bad vibe going into the draft, and we got Derek Barnett. Then the next time was Andre Dillard. No, not Andre Dillard. That was the worst one. I feel like the Andre Dillard one was like almost the whole draft. I was like, don't get Andre Dillard. We got Andre Dillard. Maybe and hopefully Andre Dillard gets traded tonight. I'm thinking if I'm the Carolina Panthers at pick 6, there could be something there. But that was the one player that I was like, I just didn't want him. Philly got him. Jalen Reagor was the next one. Once it kind of seemed like, it wasn't a for sure thing that we were going Justin Jefferson. I was like, just anybody but Reagor. To a fault, I was like Denzel Mims. I would take Denzel Mims over Reagor. And honestly, they're both probably breaking even at this point in their career. But I made it very apparent. Jalen Reagor was the guy I didn't want. Didn't even have a first-round grade on Jalen Reagor. So, tonight, it's Drake London. Drake London is the guy. As we sit here, Matt Miller, like the Bleacher Report guy, I don't know if he's still Bleacher Report, but he's saying Philly's trying to get up right now. Philly is aggressively trying to move up, which hopefully that happens. But if not, the one guy I don't want, and before the draft even starts, and I've made it clear throughout my content, is Drake London. But unlike Jalen Reagor, Drake London's not Jalen Reagor tier. Because at least I have a first-round grade on Drake London. Drake London's just a guy a little bit like I had him, had him as a 34 overall on my big board. So that's just outside of the first round. Give or take, he could go in the first round. He does have interesting skill sets. If Philly does get Jalen Reagor, I'm going to lose my mind. Philly does get Drake London, I'll probably lose my mind. Most likely will lose my mind because it's the one guy that I don't want. At least there's some legitimate qualities to Drake London's game that I think could be of instant impact to the Philadelphia Eagles offense. He'd be a great red zone threat outside of Dallas Goedert. Good hand. I don't think he has, I think he's a much higher floor than what Jalen Reagor would have had. But it's just to be clear, he's the only guy. And then there's a lot of rumors right now that Philly could be trading up. And I see a lot of people, man. I asked on Eagles Twitter, essentially, on my Twitter, which addressing and trying to draw attention to Eagles Twitter is like, well, Eagle fans, who's your dream mock? And everybody wants Jameson Williams. I will say, as we look here, we're just going to be using this. I got I got a laptop over here. I had a rant I actually want to go into with you guys about this laptop in a second. But we got supplements on deck for when inevitably we get Drake London. I just cracked an energy drink. These are the best energy drinks in the world. Monster Punch, Chaotic. But as we look into this, and I'm going to look through all the comments and stuff like that, guys. We'll go through every team. It's not just going to be an Eagle-specific stream. This is just my little introduction. I've been sitting around all day for this to go live. But there's a lot of reports Philly might be trying to trade up. And I will say that if Philly trades up to get Jameson Williams, I'm not going to hate the player. I don't... given the strength of the wide receivers this year, I don't know if you need to trade up for a Jameson Williams. If you told me Philly gives, whatever, 15, pick 15, second round pick and whatever to move up to get Jameson Williams, I'm just like, is there that much of a difference between Jameson Williams or getting like Chris Olave and keeping your picks? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think the gap's that big, but I mean, the player itself, and I've come around to the idea of Philadelphia drafting Jameson Williams. You think Jalen Hurts sucks with the deep ball, a wide receiver that's predominantly, he's a Sean Jackson-esque, a burner. Guy takes the top of the defense. You're not really going to be able to maximize him with Jalen Hurts. But you got to think about the Jameson Williams selection is very whoever's going to be Philadelphia's quarterback in 2023 thinking. Like, if we get Bryce Young, if we get CJ Stroud, if we get, whoever emerges as that third quarterback next year. It might even be Stroud. There could be someone that overtakes Joe. I think Bryce Young's consensus is going to be the first guy. Then you start going like, well, shit. Devontae Smith, Jameson Williams going into not Jalen Hurts, the new quarterback. That's a pretty good wide receiver core. So I've come around to the idea of Jameson Williams because for most of this mock draft, talking about the Eagles process, I've just strictly thought about how does Jameson Williams help Jalen Hurts. I don't really think he helps him that much, but the more you think big picture, the more you think that, hey, maybe Philly's going to be decent this year, maybe not. But I think some of the moves in this year's draft class are going to be done with the idea, thinking that if Hurts isn't our guy, we still got to get a guy that's valuable for 2023. Maybe they're looking at the guys. Maybe that's the easiest way to summarize this whole thing, is that maybe Philly's looking at this board and they're thinking 2023. A lot of teams are going to be drafting. They're thinking about who's going to be able to help them. Like, whatever team might look at, like a Kenny Pickett. They're looking for a quarterback that can help them in 2022. Maybe Philadelphia, like whoever they pick, they're thinking 2022 and 2023 equally, and trading up for someone like Jameson Williams, maybe that happens. But yeah, if I do this is because on my basically first screen here is stream setup, the old everything I can see the chat. Screen on to my left is this, like the thing that you guys are watching here with we'll keep this as our pick tracker. And then I got a laptop. This is going to be a little rant. This is going to go off football, off the draft, but this is a little bit of a rant here. Does anybody out there with a significant other, have you ever had to use a piece of their technology? I just had to, I grind my gears because I was talking to my girlfriend. I was like, I need to borrow your laptop. Doesn't really use your laptop. She's not the best technologically. She's not the worst. I was like, I need to borrow your laptop. I need that third screen so I can watch the draft and I can, just mute it so there's no copyright, nothing like that. I need to borrow your laptop. She's like, okay, I borrow my laptop. My God, open this thing. Like, it just literally felt like there's 75 trials that expired. It literally took 10 minutes to start when you log in to open the first Chrome page. So I just hope there's someone else out there in this world who's significant other. Like, if you ever have to use their laptop, if you have to use their phone, it's just the most laggiest bullshit piece of shit. And that's just what it is. That's just what you do. That's how you know you're in a relationship. Because my God, anytime it's not this is a new laptop. I bought her this laptop. Any laptop throughout the 10 plus years we've been together, if I had to use it, my God. It's like an old senile person. There's okay, you got friggin' Minesweeper, 90 windows open every time you log in, 6 McAfee virus protection. Oh, it was brutal. I was like, oh, you got to update. She hasn't updated her computer since 2017, and we bought it in 2020. So that's just a little in rant here. We are about half hour away from the draft. I got to crack this energy drink. Been a long day. Sure. Hey, start shooting the breeze here, fellas. Feel free to ask anything you want. I'm going to be following the chat. I just had to get that rant out of the way. Thank everyone for tuning in. I mean, there's a lot of streams going on, a lot of great streams going on, but I appreciate you guys for checking me out, and I hope we have a good time. Hope we have a fun time, and I hope for the right reasons we get an exciting moment here. It's not going to be Drake London. Imagine if they trade up for Drake London. I don't know what I could throw. That's my point right now. With my current setup, there's nothing I can throw. Maybe I'll think of something that I can throw. But will I be okay with any of the top 5 corners? Okay, as in, trading up. There's so many variables. I think if Philly ended up trading up for Sauce Gardner is my favorite player in this draft. I think that if I was the general manager and we're trading up for a player and we have a target player that we're trading up for me, it would be Sauce Gardner. You look at the landscape of the Philadelphia Eagles secondary right now, like there's still the, like, you know, where's Honey Badger going? Does he got to go to the Saints? Does he got to go to the Rams? Does he got to go to the Eagles? That's that safety spot. Not a lot of moving pieces after Gilmore signed with the Colts as to who the hell is going to be the other Eagles corner. So I don't think there's a more impactful, important player that can contribute to the long-term success of Philadelphia and the short-term, next year, immediate success of Philadelphia than Sauce Gardner. I would trade up for him. Derek Stingley, to a lesser extent, I would trade up for as well. Got a little bit of a gamble there. A little bit more uncertain about Jonathan Gannon's ability to develop players. I mean, that's a thing that I think Sauce is good to go. Sauce Gardner's good to go. Plug and play, get him out there. I think if you look at someone like Derek Stingley, it's very important to get him back to 2019 Derek Stingley, true freshman Derek Stingley, which I absolutely think the right coach can. But you look at Philadelphia, and well, yeah, sure, Jonathan Gannon was getting head coach interviews. That was kind of weird. It was the Texans. No offense, but that's a pretty bad, pretty poorly run organization. I just don't know if we have the staff in place to develop. I mean, did 80 defensive players last year really, take a big stride? Really have like a little bit of a breakout year? Like, you think about it, you're like, Javon Hargrave, you start from the front, work your way back. I mean, Fletcher Cox had a down year. Both of our pass rushers were, Josh Sweat was like above average. It wasn't like he broke out. You could say Javon Hargrave broke out, but is that the DC? Is that the defensive scheme? Or is it the fact that he's finally healthy? Because he was a very good player for Pittsburgh. Then you look at the linebacking core, and TJ Edwards flashed a little bit, but you had guys like Davion Taylor that need the development, didn't really see that. And then you go to the back end there, and it was pretty much solid corner play. I mean, our good players were our good players, and our bad players were kind of our bad players, and our average players were kind of our average players. Marcus Epps, as much as we don't really want him to be a starter, I mean, he was fairly solid. He got like a good PFF score, wasn't a complete liability. But like, my argument is just this: is that if you're comparing trading up for Sauce Gardner or Derek Stingley, I would much rather do Sauce, just because I don't know if Jonathan Gannon is going to be a developer guy. I don't really have a lot of confidence just how Philly's been burned in the past with us developing players. So, going back to the initial question, how do I feel with the top 5 corners? Assuming the 5, those are the 2 guys we'd have to trade up for. Then staying at 15, McDuffie. I mean, as long as Gannon says he can play outside, I would hate to make that investment for a slot. They wouldn't make that investment if they thought he was a slot, because we have Avonte Maddox, who's one of the better slot corners in the league. McDuffie's tape is very good. I think he's a very high floor player. Elam, Gator bias. I like Kyrie Elam a lot. Howie Roseman, Gator alumni, and I mean, yeah, he doesn't really show a lot of Gator bias, but I'd be fine with Kyrie Elam. I don't know if I'd be fine with him at 18, but I mean, you look at a lot of the mock drafts. I mean, Daniel Jeremiah just had a mock draft, and he's some of the best mock, and he had Elam going 17 to the Chargers. So like, maybe there's a little bit of late momentum to Kyrie Elam that I saw, that I believe since day one. Where if we're looking at Derek Stingley, we say, well, he's had a couple rough years, but man, he was good in 2019, which is completely fair. Got to apply that to Kyrie Elam. Gators' defense was shambolic, was absolutely terrible. 2019 Kyrie Elam was freshman All-American like Derek Stingley, like just very good corner, very high upside, but much like Derek Stingley, I think you want someone like Kyrie Elam to go to a team that's known to develop players, known to get the best out of their players. I don't know if we have that in Philadelphia. And then I guess the last one would be Andrew Booth. And, that'd be like a kind of reaction. If we got a lot worse picks we could probably make. Interesting skill set. Don't know how perfect he'd be in the zone, the heavy zone that we run in Philadelphia. But he tackles well, he can cover well. Would love to see the testing with the game. The game speed's plenty good. So I think really I'd be fine with any of the top corners. I wish I could be said with, I wish I'd be fine with any of the wide receivers, but that's a different story. What do we got here? Debo for number 8. Is Atlanta trying to trade for Debo? Is there any momentum to that? I mean, it makes sense for the Falcons. They need a playmaker. And if they show him, by the way, that's the problem. That's the biggest thing with Debo. Philly's been like slightly kind of hinted with Deebo Samuel, but like Deebo doesn't want to play the role that he played last year with the Niners. I think Deebo's a fine wide receiver. I think that he could be a wide receiver 1, but I feel like the value, the thing that sets Deebo apart from these other wide receivers is the versatility, just how damn good he is when you get the ball in his hands. If he doesn't want to do that, I mean, some of these teams are going to want him to do what he did for the Niners last year. And if he doesn't want to do that, that's going to make trading for him a lot difficult. But I think someone like Atlanta, they used Cordarrelle Patterson, kind of just like that hybrid utility and effective with Cordarrelle Patterson. If you're effective with Cordarrelle Patterson, what they were doing down there in Atlanta, you're going to be more effective with Deebo Samuel. So, I mean, hey, if the Niners want pick 8, that'd be a smart move for Atlanta. I don't think, just equate to the fact that I don't think Atlanta has many salary cap whales. They could afford to pay Deebo Samuel, and you're not getting someone better than Deebo Samuel at pick 8. So the salary, if you have so much salary, I don't know off the top of my head what their salary's like, but I assume they have a lot. You can piss it away. You can piss away their salary cap, so that's not an issue at all. Pick 8 for Deebo Samuel. I'm making that very quickly. Again, guys, got a little bit of delay here. So if you're asking a question and I miss it, feel free to just don't spam it, but ask it again. What's the worst possible pick Philly could make? I hate saying that it's Drake London, because it's one of those things where I'll tell you right now, I don't hate Drake London as much as I hated Jalen Reagor and Nelson Agholor and stuff like that. I think Drake London is an interesting player. I think that he is not a shocking first-round selection like Jalen Reagor is. It's just so much about him screams, I don't want to deal with that again in Philadelphia. I'm not saying this to the extent, like, yeah, I am lower on him than some, but I'm not dogging him. I'm not like Drake London's a third rounder. Had him as like a fringe first rounder. I know some people are way higher than that. Some people have him going to like the Jets potentially or Washington. But, and I'm going to say that if Drake London goes to the Jets, goes to the Commanders, if he goes to the Commanders, that was my last mock draft. If he goes to the Commanders, it could be the Alshon Jeffrey type wide receiver for Carson Wentz, and he has 1,000 yards and he dominates the Eagles. I've never doubted that he could be good. But for Philadelphia, we don't need to take a risk on another big possession jump ball type guy again. Like, let's go somewhere different, man. We've been there before. It's old. If I was a fan of any other team, I probably would, knock Drake London up a couple notches there. But I've been very clear through, when I talk about wide receivers, when I do mock drafts, talk about Drake London, there's eagle bias. There is complete eagle bias when looking at that, and I got to completely admit it. I'm not going to go so far to say he's going to be god awful, because I don't want that, the pie on the face there looking bad. You could quote it and like, C4 said this guy was going to be awful, and look, now he's really good. He could absolutely be pretty good. I just don't want Philly to take that risk. So I would say, therefore, that would be the worst pick they could make. Maybe that's a lie. Maybe getting a quarterback. As much as we know my thoughts on Jalen Hurts, I don't think I'd take a quarterback this year. And I think the fact that they traded to get a second-round pick next year, they're not going to get a quarterback this year. But Howie being Howie, you never know, man. Howie had some of that funky stuff tonight before draft started and just ends like, all right, we're getting Malik Willis. Malik Willis is still there at 15. They can't get their trade up. That could be the scenario. Howie's aggressively right now, by all accounts, all the media accounts, trying to trade up from 15 here. And if, I don't know if it's Carolina, I don't know if it's Atlanta or Seattle, one of those teams, if they flip him the bird, he gets pissed off. I could see Howie just be in pure vindictive mode at 15, just be like, we're getting Malik Willis. So there would be the worst pick. But Drake London right now is probably the guy that I'd rather. Like, Drake London is giving me. I would say he's giving me Andre Dillard vibes. I feel like I hated the pick of Derek Barnett more because we didn't need a defensive end that year. We could have used depth, but I felt like at pick 14, we could have done a lot better than Derek Barnett. And, at least when we got Andre Dillard, we're like, we kind of need a tackle. So, I feel like in that degree, it's just an underwhelming pick from a player that I'm not super high on, but the positional value, what impact he could potentially make if I'm wrong. Again, yay! Some people that do this stuff don't want to admit it. We're just pretending to be scouts. So if much like Andre Dillard, Drake London comes in a position that we probably need another guy, and if we get him, I hope he's good. I'm not going to completely lose my mind, but I still think that would be my least favorite pick. If not quarterback, Drake London as it stands. So I would just love if we can't trade up, just Drake London to go before the Eagles pick. That would just be the peace of mind that I really want. I guess we should probably predict our pick here. It seems like Vegas is kind of set on this one. Seems like a bulky pick. We're going to go Trayvon Walker here. Right now, Aiden Hutchinson's still the lead dog. I guess I'm going to spin that into your guys out there. Who would you pick for the Jags? Seems like it is between Walker and Hutchinson. It's just you swing for the fences and you gamble on the ceiling of Trayvon Walker, or you go with the high floor kind of safe pick if you're Aiden Hutchinson. I made the argument in my last mock draft that when you're a team like the Jacksonville Jaguars, I think that there's a certain value in taking the safe pick, taking the for sure thing, taking the guy that, Aiden Hutchinson might not ever lead the league in sacks. Aiden Hutchinson might not be a guy that gets 16, 17, 18 sacks a year, but getting a guy that can get double digits, getting a guy that can affect your run, getting a guy that's a great guy, great character, high character, good locker room guy. For the Jags, I don't know, man. I might take the safe option, but, sky's the limit, Trayvon Walker. What's up? Got this Ukraine chick. Nice. All right, my drafts. I'm watching the draft. NFL Network's what I watch on. I don't want to watch ESPN and figure out how many dead relatives these guys had to inspire them and stuff like that. Would I like Chris Olave for the Eagles? Yeah, I'd be fine with that. I would totally be fine with Chris Olave. Wouldn't trade up for him, but if he's fallen to our lap, I would probably go Chris Olave. What do you think about the most impact for a team? That's a tough one. Because, you could argue maybe one of the tackles, depending on where they go. If there have to be a plug and play tackle. Thing is, when you ask who's going to be the most important for their team, I kind of think who's going to be the guy that can help a team ascend to that playoff conversation. I don't see any of these teams really making the playoffs this year. You know what? If the Giants can do work at 5-7, if they stay put, and they can get a couple big names, that could be annoying for me as an Eagle fan. But yeah, I don't know. The argument could be had though. This is complete bias, and I know if you're watching this, and you're not an Eagles fan, you're gonna think I'm full of shit. But the fact that there's only one playoff team here that has two kind of decent first round picks. If Philly can hit on 15 and 18, whatever trades happen, if we still have two first round picks, you should think that in terms of prospects that are coming in the first round that can move the needle for a team to be better, it should be Philadelphia. I'm not saying that it will be. It's Howie Roseman at the end of the day. But the argument looking at this, obviously Baltimore, the Vikings, you have the Chargers here. But Philly was a playoff team last year. Yeah, schedule, whatever. We still made the playoffs, and we have two top 20 picks. So, we got to hit it, man. This is a very, very important draft for the Philadelphia Eagles. So I'm nervous. I'm very nervous. I don't understand Walker over Thibodeau. It's just the athleticism, I guess, and it does seem like there's a lot of people that don't like Thibodeau's mentality, if you will. But moment of silence, Dwayne Haskins. Do it. We gotta for Dwayne. Take the hats off. It's that sucks. It's one of those things that you didn't really talk about, but when you think about it, kind of shitty. What's up, everybody? Hit that like button. Hit that like button if you're enjoying the stream. By all means, there's a lot of good streams right now. I just come back, if you want to the idea. If Philly makes a pick, probably want to come here for the Philly Eagles pick. Malik at 2. Well, I don't think it'd be the worst pick. I don't really generally know the idea and the feelings of the Lions fans this year if they did go quarterback. I think there'd be worse things. It seems like they like Dan Campbell, and if Dan Campbell says Malik Wallace is our guy, why not? What the fuck is this? Oh, is this guy blind or something? That's impressive then, because I can't play the piano. Who do you think the 49ers will take if they do trade up with the Jets? I didn't really think about that. Let's go. Should we go look at some porn? No, let's... I mean, just trying to think about it. I mean... Think about their depth chart, like wide receiver, like get a replacement. Corner. They could trade up for McDuffie. Safety, so they don't have to worry about Jaquiski Tart. What's their D-line looking like? Like, I feel like Arden Key played a little bit. But I don't know. That's an interesting one. I don't know. If you're a Niner fan, who would you trade up for? I mean, it's like one of those things, too, like you haven't even thought about the Niners potentially having a first-round pick. Like, who would they make with that investment? You would assume, though, that if they got rid of Debo, they'd probably want another wide receiver. Like, who else do they got? Right? Like, Debo was... Like, it's one of those things, if you extrapolate how much production was, like, one player to their offense, it probably heavily skews toward Debo Samuel. So, yeah. Probably a wideout. You'd probably have to go, like... You know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, it just... Burks. You know, if you want... If that's a position that Kyle Shanahan wants, if that's, you know... What they move on from Debo, like that's going to be a spot that's going to be a massive hole. We need that utility player that can come in, that can run all these gadget plays, that can also be a dynamic receiver, can also be a wide receiver one. You know, it's one of those things of like, who wants that? If you're a fan of a team, you're just like, why didn't we just keep Debo? I mean, unless the bridges are burned, but if something happens between the Jets and the 49ers and Debo goes to the Jets, the Niners could just be like, we're going to get his replacement. We're going to get the guy that can step in, be that dude, and we'll get Treylon Burks just to, you know. Who do they do that with? Who's the guy they traded? DeForest Buckner. Remember they traded DeForest Buckner, and then they immediately drafted Javon Kinlaw. It'd be one of those situations where it's like, all right, guy, we can't afford, really good proven guy. We can't afford to re-sign him for whatever reason. So we're just gonna like use whatever we get back in return. I just don't remember if they used the pick they got from DeForest Buckner to get Javon Kinlaw. I think that was the year they got, like, I don't know, it was Ayuk in Kinlaw. But that's something that the Niners have done before, right? So I could totally see them doing that. Just getting Burks. Pat from England, almost 1 a.m. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for tuning in. Now you know how I feel when I got to wake up at like 6 o'clock to watch Arsenal play on Saturday mornings. Ten minutes till draft time. Last time, though, I talk forever. Like, I always just feel like I need to keep the conversation going, and I lose my voice. So if I just talk, I'm just going to be reading. I'll be reading the chat. I'll be chilling a little bit. That's my one thing. I don't stream a lot, so I don't pace myself. And then come, like, an hour from now, I'm talking like this. Because I've just been talking nonstop for, like, an hour and a half. What's up, Andrew, in the UK? Let's go. Shout out UK. Is how we going to rob someone today or not? Well, let's hope. Let's hope we rob someone blind. That's the one redeeming quality of having Javi Roseman as our general manager, is that he can finesse other GMs, very much so. Delivering Amazon packages during the draft. Go Birds! God bless you. Appreciate that. Same day delivery. What do we got here? Oh, look at this. Got a mask. Found a mask in my pocket. Look at these Cowboy fans on the TV. If you're watching NFL Network, what a bunch of geeks. Guy's wearing like a huge foam hat, and this other guy has like a football helmet with like blue sirens on it. What a dumb fan base. And who's this guy? Man, Ike Ekwonu looks like $1 million right now in the draft room. That's the one thing I haven't been usually I'm not one for the pageantry, but you like to see the swag, you like to see what these guys are dripped out in, and I actually have not seen it. Is there anyone looking ridiculous? I feel like there's always one guy every year that just looks insane. And I mean that in like, not the best words. Like, not like, oh my God, that guy's balling. Like, I just mean like, who told you to wear that? That's like the same agent that told you to run at your pro day when you put up like a slow 40 time and hurt your stock. Hit that like button. You guys are popping into the stream. I would very much appreciate that. Mechie, come on the... Hey, I would not hate John Mechie, the Philadelphia Eagles. Really, even at 51, wouldn't hate it. John Mechie was a fringe first rounder before he got hurt. And, maybe the emergence of Jameson Williams kind of halted his hype, his stock just a little bit. But Philadelphia needs a slot wide receiver. John Mechie, plug and play in the slot. I would say if John Mechie's in the third round, he might be my dream pick, even if we get a wide receiver in the first round. I did see Sauce Gardner, man. That's the guy. I don't even know what I'll do if Philly can get Sauce Gardner. I don't think we'll have the chance, to be honest with you. I'll be shocked if Sauce Gardner is still on the board at pick 5. And I'll be even more irate if the Giants end up getting Sauce Gardner. But I really do hope he's still there. Who's your picks for the Chiefs? Well, let's go down to the Kansas City Chiefs here. I think in my last mock draft, I said at 29, Jahan Dotson. But they also brought in Christian Watson for a pre-draft visit, doing their homework on Christian Watson. It's one of those things where you assume they're going to grab a wide receiver with one of these two picks. It'd probably be very frustrating if they didn't. They might not have to. It's one. I'm not super in with the Kansas City Chiefs fan base to a degree of I don't know where they think their wide receiver room is right now. You got Juju. You got that other dude. I don't know why I'm blanking on his name right now, but the fast guy. McCole Hardman. Where's McCole Hardman at? You still have your wide receiver 1 and Travis Kelce. So, maybe if they're, depending on the value, if there's an edge, if there's a DB, maybe they don't go wide receiver in the second round. I'm kind of hoping they want to trade up because I do think that Philly at 18 could be, any one of these hungry wide receiver teams. Green Bay. The dream thing for Philly is if Philly trades up from 15 to go get somebody, you would hope that they'd be able to trade back from 18 and kind of break a little bit even. And the teams I'd be thinking that might want to trade up would be Green Bay because they have 2 firsts, and Kansas City if they have 2 firsts to go up and get a wide receiver. So going to Kansas City, I think Jahan Dotson might be the best value, but they did show some interest in Christian Watson. It would be ridiculous for them to gamble on his traits. And then at 30, I think you go best corner, best edge that's still available, like Mafe from Minnesota, great athlete, a lot of upside that you can kind of gamble on his traits. You could go, maybe Andrew Booth is there. Maybe Kyer Elam's there if you're looking for a corner. I feel like they lost a lot of corners this year, right? There's a lot going out, not a lot coming in for the secondary for the Kansas City Chiefs. I couldn't tell you right now who their starting corners are. L'Jarius Sneed and, they got Mike Hughes left. Travers Ward, I'm pretty sure, left. So I think if you're the Chiefs, you would love to see a wide receiver and then the best defensive player available with these 2 picks. Who trades for Baker? Seattle's always kind of been there. But I just don't think you get a first rounder for Baker Mayfield right now. But if Baker does move tonight just for later day picks, you can't, count out Seattle. If I was Carolina, I'd rather Baker than Sam Darnold to try to gamble that they can turn it around for sure. If I was Washington, I'd rather Baker Mayfield than Carson Wentz. I'd rather Baker Mayfield than Davis Mills. Oh, Rappaport's talking with the Panthers, maybe trading back. Say the Philly Eagles right there. I could see... Go to the Saints? Didn't James just get a 1 year? If you're the Saints, there's no way they do, though. They did this move to get, a Malik Willis, Kenny Pickett type guy. Maybe a Desmond Ridder. That's the one. I was looking at bet odds, like I wanted to throw some money here because I'm trying to why not? Why not try to make a little bucks? I didn't really see I like to do over-unders. Like they have a player and they'll say they'll be over or under a certain pick. I didn't see a lot that I thought would be surprising in the first round. Obviously Pickens, but that's bias. I don't want to bet with biases. But I feel like Ritter was a good one. They had Ritter slipping out of the first round. I think you could probably say a team could go up and get him. But back to the Baker Mayfield thing, it's just, I don't know, man. What teams in a situation like Pittsburgh? Honestly, it's all these teams that have already filled their holes with stopgap quarterbacks. Phrasing, but you have Atlanta, they got Marcus Mariota. You have Carolina with Sam Darnold. You have Detroit with Jared Goff. I don't want to write off Davis Mills, but you most likely have Davis Mills with the Houston Texans as kind of like a stopgap. Jameson Williams with the New Orleans Saints, stopgap, but there's some upside. Mitchell Trubisky with the Steelers, stopgap with maybe a teeny bit of upside, unlikely. I maybe Tennessee with Tannehill as well. I honestly think I would rather Baker Mayfield than pretty much all of those quarterbacks. It's just that whole Deshaun Watson thing unfolded way too late in the offseason. Which, it's unfortunate, man. When Baker's good, which has been, consistently has been interesting. But when Baker's good, he's an exciting quarterback. He's a fun quarterback to root for. Seems like the kind of guy that, if he was on your team, you kind of like him as your quarterback. He plays with a lot of fire. He definitely has a lot of talent, but he is trending in that Carson Wentz territory of, you were once looking like you could be the shit, and now you're just shit. So, what's going on there? Change of environment. I mean, things aren't going to get a whole lot easier than Cleveland. The whole fact that Odell left, and it was is it a Baker issue? Is it an Odell issue? And Odell played just fine for the Rams. Made you think it's a Baker issue. And there's not a lot of teams that are as well equipped for an easy offense than the Browns. Just run the football. You have Kareem Hunt. You have Nick Chubb. You have one of the best offensive lines. They've invested a lot of investments at the tight end spot. With Njoku was a first-round pick. Paid big money for Austin Hooper. There's been a lot of things for Baker Mayfield to succeed. And then they bring in, the quarterback coach, the offensive-minded head coach to help him out. So that's a polarizing one. Why it's just not working there with Baker. It's most likely down to the fact that, I think Baker just needs a fresh start somewhere else. And, I think you go to the fact of how many chances has Carson Wentz got to turn his career around, right? He's got 3. He's on his third. He got one extra chance with Philly. We drafted Hurts, and he was... old Rod Flanders there crumbled. And then we traded in the Colts, and he had some flashes, but it was mostly bad, more bad than good. And now he's on the Commanders, which is terribly ran organization, as much as I like Ron Rivera. So, for how many chances Carson Wentz got, Baker Mayfield, why not? Give him another chance in a new environment. But as far as who's trading for him, I don't know, man. I would say... I honestly don't. I would say honestly, dead ass, Pittsburgh or Washington would be the two best landing spots. I'm not saying they're going to trade for him. If I had to say right now, two best landing spots, it's just, Washington is taking an absolute flyer on Wentz, and Wentz hasn't had any real chance of promise. And I think I'd go Baker, or again with Pittsburgh, even though they got Mitchell Trubisky. And that just probably wouldn't happen. Would they even trade him? Would they even trade within the division? I don't know. But at this point, with how bad the contract is, how immovable Baker Mayfield appears to be, maybe they'll just be whoever wants him, they can have him. So I'm gonna try to peek at the chat here, but again, I just don't really. People spoil. I'm not gonna say don't spoil. Just try not to. Please don't. It wouldn't be as fun. I would rather just react as I see the pick happening. But let's go. What do we got here? Drew Lock's a write-off in Seattle. Yeah. Again, I would say that as well. I think Seattle would be, but then I don't know. It just feels like Seattle doesn't care about contending this year. And if you're making an aggressive move for Baker Mayfield, you kind of think you have a chance. And you can already tell some of these teams are already looking at the quarterbacks in 2023, and might be one of them. C4, remember that guy I told you Hurts would be surprised during the draft when you got picked by the Eagles? You were upset by the pick. I was very upset by the pick, and still to this day. Wasn't a good pick. There's just no way fans are butts about it. It wasn't a good pick. Didn't think that pick would absolutely destroy Carson Wentz's confidence like it did. But it still just wasn't a good pick. And we're still, you know why it's still, I can still say it just wasn't a good pick? Because we're going into what, year 2, year 3? Yeah, year 3 of Jalen Hurts, and we still don't know if he's our quarterback. So jury's still out. What team is most likely to trade up? Honestly, I think Philly. I think Philly could trade up. Most likely, though, I would be shocked if Kansas City or Green Bay don't try to move up to get a wide receiver. Because they desperately need one position. And if there's a run, especially if a run starts, if you see, if you see Garrett Wilson go to the Jets, Drake London go to the Commanders, I had Jameson Williams, my last mock draft, go to the Texans. They're going to be like, well, shit, we got Olave and Burks, maybe Dotson to a degree. Like, we're going to have to go up. We have to be aggressive to grab a wideout. So I would actually put them ahead of Philadelphia. I think one of those teams is going to trade. How many salads? Well, none. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm probably going to nuke this. I still don't know how YouTube handles it, but we got the adult salad device there. Still early. I still got this energy drink to get the little bit of energy going, but salads will be consumed at some point. I actually got a shipment in. Shout out to Skookum. We'll shout out. I wish they sponsored me. Skookum Premium British Columbia, which the best in the world. Salad. We got. They're not cheap. We got. I think they're like $150 for half an ounce, so $300 for an ounce, which is a little pricey, but it's fantastic. And we'll hey, you know what? I hope, even if they don't trade up, I hope it's a celebratory salad, not how am I going to get through the rest of the stream? I hate my life. I hate this team type salad. But you never know with Philadelphia. That's why these streams tend to be very fun. Who do I want Philly to take? If we trade up, Sauce Gardner. If we stay put, if again, I just don't know who do I want them to take. Who's on the board? If we stay put, there's a chance Kyle Hamilton, Jordan Davis. Boom, give me that. Give me Chris Olave. Give me Jameson Williams. Those type of guys. Derek Stingley. Who's the first wide receiver off the board? I don't know who will be. I think it should be Garrett Wilson, but speed kills. Could be Jameson Williams. That's a tough bet. I know a lot of people will be trying to look at betting on that kind of stuff. That's a tough bet. I avoided that bet because it's just you never know. I think so clear for me, Jameson Williams is wide receiver 1 because he literally is a little bit of every other wide receiver in this class kind of put together. Speed kills. And even though we don't have the testing, Jameson Williams would have been 4.2 something. So one of those two. Let me get you. Michael Bayless, what's up, buddy? Shout out. Houston trades back to 13. Yeah, again, Texans are absolute. I mean, the question goes: who's trading up for 3? Maybe Philly. I don't know. You said what 13? So who do you think? I mean, 13. I don't know. I mean, that again for a wide receiver team, they could go 13. I'd be interested. If I'm Houston, I'd be picking up calls for 3. If Houston can flip, 3 and 13 into just 6, 7 premier day 1, day 2 picks, I think you kind of need to do that. You need to go full on Madden rebuild mode. Any projected hidden gems? George Pickens. Jalen Petrie. Kyrie Elam, even though he's first rounder, I think he's going to be very, very good. Damian Pierce, running back out of Florida, Gator bias. I like Tyler Smith, tackle guard, Tulsa. Abe Lucas, Washington State, he's a tackle. I like him. Sam Williams, pass rusher, Ole Miss, like him. D'Angelo Malone, pass rusher, Western Kentucky, like him. For the linebackers, Channing Tindall from Georgia, Chad Muma from Wyoming, like them both. DBs, like I said, Jalen Petrie's good. Kyrie Elam. Not a huge fan of like the day 2, day 3 corners, to be honest with you. I think there's more project guys than not. I think Martin Emerson, Mississippi State would be interesting. Did a little homework on him for Philly. I think he'd be a good fit in the zone. Marcus Jones, slot corner. Here we go. We got the draft is starting. Who's coming out here? Where? This is in Vegas? Is that Chris Angel? Oh, we got Carr, Waller, and Marcus Allen? Maybe? That's Marcus Allen, right? Darren Waller looks like $1 million. Absolutely, that's the play, though, right there. You go jeans. Derek Carr, you don't go white jeans, but you go suit, you go fancy. Like Darren Waller, that's like my style. That's my exact style. Dan Flash is right there. How come Vegas isn't really booing him? It's a time-honored tradition. Am I an Eagles fan from Philly? I'm not from Philadelphia. I live in Canada, but I've been to Philadelphia. I've spent technically like a month almost in Philadelphia, total in my life. But I've been an Eagles fan since probably before some of the people watching us have been born. What is Derek Carr's? What's he going with there, man? He's going with the shaved head mohawk. He's losing his hair mohawk kind of deal right there. Let's go first pick again. Make our prediction here. If I do sound robotic at certain points, it's because when the pick happens, I'm going to react to it because I'm going to put that together in a video. Oh, another sleeper. I like Perrion Winfrey from Oklahoma, D tackle. Just saw his name on the board. JT Woods, safety from Baylor, another guy. That's really, really intriguing. 6'2", 4'3" speed, 6 picks last year for Baylor. I watched almost every Baylor game for some reason. Baylor was the best college team to put money on last year. It was insane. They're getting Ice Cube to come up on stage. Wow, that's pandering right there. You already know Ice Cube probably doesn't give a shit about the Raiders anymore that they're in Vegas. He was all L.A. Charlie Kohler, yeah, he's good at tight end. I'd say he's probably the sleeper-ish tight end. Kohler, Ruckert to a degree out of Ohio State as well. Kind of like, a little bit behind the Dulciches, the Trey McBrides. Jelani Woods got a lot of hype after he crushed the combine. Let's see it. Pick one. My prediction, Trayvon Walker. Feel free to let me know. Just spam it. Who do you think? Who is the Jacksonville Jaguars getting here? I don't think there's a big difference between going Walker or Hutchinson. I think I would personally go with the safer bet, which might not age well in Hutchinson, but I do think Walker will be the pick. Man, remember last year the Jags fucking milked the clock the whole time, even though they're taking Trevor Lawrence? That was disrespectful. Didn't they already say they're doing that here? Let's get going, man. It's 9:11 my time. That's not a good number to say, but it is. It's 9:11 p.m. Fucking make the pick. I think they're going Evan Neal. They could. Ike Ekwonu could be off the board. They just paid Cam Robinson. I mean, but still, you get the other tackle spot. Are they in love with Jawan Taylor? Are they in love with it's a new regime? Walker Little's upside. They could go Neal. They could go Ike Ekwonu. Could shock everybody. I hope they shock everybody and someone put some money on that. Someone bet on it. But and you want to think like Doug Peterson spent some time with Philadelphia. I can almost be like, well, what's a Doug Peterson pick at this spot? I just don't know how much influence he has there on that front office. With Balky. Balky's kind of a shitty general manager, and I feel like, Doug didn't have a lot of input in his time with Philly with Howie Roseman, so maybe he didn't want that. Maybe he doesn't really want the hands-on approach there. But DJ just said Aiden Hutchinson. Where in Canada do you live? East Coast. Don't want to get doxxed here. I live on the East Coast, so. Make the pick. It's already been 2 minutes. Make the effing pick. 3:12 in the morning. If you're still watching at 3:12 in the morning, I respect that. That is a grind. That is a hustle, which I have nothing else to say than I respect that. How to become a Philly fan was I kind of liked Philly and Pittsburgh just from playing video games. I my family didn't really watch football. My brother did, but it wasn't like my parents watched football or anything like that, or I had uncles that watched football. Canada, we watched hockey, but just from playing playing hits games, I kind of always liked. I like Brian Dawkins on the Eagles, and I love Jerome Bettis on the Steelers. Those are my two kind of guys. And then my brother, who's a Patriots fan, it was that Super Bowl, the first Super Bowl between the Eagles and the Patriots. And I was just like, just typical, oh, you like the Patriots? I'm going for the other team. And that's kind of how it happened. Which is I was leaning that before. It is a little fair weather. I literally picked the Eagles while they're in the Super Bowl to be my team. But it was kind of the year before. I was always just, Brian Dawkins was my guy. It was Brian Dawkins and Jerome Bettis were my two dudes. So that's why. Thanks, Matrix. Appreciate it. I watched Invincible with Mark. I didn't watch that till late. I watched that video for the first time 10 years ago. Here's a question. I'm going to throw this out there. Do you think that David Ojabo goes in the first round? Do you guys think David Ojabo still goes in the first round? Holy shit, there's actually Jags fans? Make the pick, man. If every team does this, what are they doing? Yeah, that's what you want. I'm watching the NFL thing. It's the Jags wanted to get Trayvon Walker. Gets a lot of comps to Alden Smith. Is that what we're doing here? On the field, sure, but that's not the best. You probably come up with a better comp than that. And also, I'm pretty sure I was watching actually a really interesting breakdown. Chris Long, former Eagles, former Ram, former Patriot. He kind of talked about his top edge rushers. And he was like, man, Walker, he looks like the kind of guy that can be 300 pounds and still be as athletic, which I think is very true. But it did seem like Chris Long was giving Thibodeau, old Kayvon Thibodeau, the top nod for the best pass rusher. My God. Pick is in, baby. Man, does every sport team in America have that Sweet Caroline song and they think it's theirs? Like, what are these Jags fans singing that for? I mean, for what it's worth, we're going for the number one overall player. Number one overall player on C4's big board, Sauce Gardner. Could it be Sauce? Shock the world? Again, for those of you that are just tuning in, I would go Aiden Hutchinson, but Trayvon Walker is my prediction. The pick is in. Oh, man, let's go. Draft season. Trayvon Walker. Wow. You're going for the traits, man. Swing for the fences. They didn't want to get the high floor edge rusher, and they get Trayvon Walker. Freak nature, one of one type athlete. That is, I mean, it's not shocking. Vegas ain't wrong. It's in Vegas. They're not going to, like, when all the momentum went on Trayvon Walker as the pick there, they weren't going to be wrong on that one. So, you know, it's kind of what happens. So for the first overall pick, the Jags select Trayvon Walker from Georgia. And you get a guy, you gamble on the traits there. They could have went high floor with Aiden Hutchinson, but they're going with the guy with the sky-high ceiling, the one-of-one athlete, guy that's 270, could probably go up to 280, 285, and still be an S-tier, near one-of-one type athlete. And he's going to gamble on the traits there. I don't know how well Jacksonville's been able to develop their pass rushers. You wouldn't make this pick if you didn't believe you'd be able to develop your pass rushers. But you got to figure Walker now there trying to get after the quarterback. You know, he's still the development of Caleb Von potentially, but you got Josh Allen, who's a proven commodity, and this is a big get for the defense. Now, hopefully everything else on the offense starts to smooth it out. Trevor Lawrence, you got the big new wide receiver S-tier premier Christian Kirk getting paid like it. But Trayvon Walker, I mean, how do you grade that? That's kind of like, that's going to be something that you're not going to be able to appropriately grade until, you know, we're 2-3 years in, because there's so much work that still needs to be done. But I think for this selection, like B+ is probably where you're going to give it. I mean, what are they playing? What's the scheme? You know, like, what scheme are they rocking there in Jacksonville? Do they switch schemes? Are they still sticking in a 3-4? Or sorry, a 4-3? Are they going 3-4? Sounds like they're a 4-3, right? So, again, you know, Daniel Jeremiah was just talking about someone like Trayvon Walker going to be able to play him inside, outside. He can be an outside defensive end. You can kick him in over the guard in the interior and try to get him just, you know, wherever the matchup exists for him to exploit with his athleticism. You know, he has that versatility to move all around. So it's an interesting piece. It just comes down to the fact of, you know, if you're a Jag fan or you're from the outside looking in, do you bank on the Jags being able to develop them? I think there's going to be a level of development that he needs to hit. Going to have to get everything else to kind of catch up with his athleticism. Can the Jags do that? Who knows? So now Detroit is up at pick 2. I don't know why this isn't updating. It's kind of annoying. Do I just need a refresh? But we are now here for Lions, and I think you go Aiden Hutchinson at this point, right? Seems like a Dan Campbell guy. Seems like a strong locker room character for a team that probably needs a couple more leaders here and there. Let me just refresh this. What? The pick already happened? This site's moving pretty friggin' quick. Spoiler! I might not be able to, like, check this. Why is there this delay? Is it a me issue? Man, Aiden Hutchinson's mom. Let's go! His mom and his girlfriend. That's an attractive family right there. So in pick 2, the Detroit Lions select Aiden Hutchinson, kind of as expected if the Jags went Trayvon Walker. You get the highest floor edge rusher in the draft class. What his ceiling is I'm not going to say up for debate, but, it's something that you're going to have to deal with, that he might not have the highest ceiling out of all the edge rushers. But I think, again, kind of like Jacksonville to a certain degree, Detroit is very much a franchise that there's nothing wrong going with the safe pick. You need hits. You got Sewell, safe pick last year, hit. Aiden Hutchinson, safe pick this year, probably going to be hit. Probably going to be their best pass rusher next season. I don't think there's anything wrong getting Aiden Hutchinson there for the Detroit Lions. So if I had to grade that, I'm going to give that an A. I think that's an incredibly safe pick and an immediate upgrade at a very important and premium position for Detroit. I mean, just imagine they would end up just saying, screw to A. Hutchinson and go like Malik Wallace or something, throwing an absolute wrench here in this draft. All right, the Houston Texans are on the clock. Okay, so when I refresh the page... Oh, man, I hate that. All right, we're going to go get rid of the porn spam. As always, guys, for tuning in, thumbs up, like buttons, very much appreciate that. I can't believe that, though, that the NFL Network site is ahead of the stream, the actual presentation here. Could be a problem. I don't want to be getting spoiled here on the site. All right, the pick is in for the Houston Texans. Walker's gone. Hutchinson's gone. For me, if I was Houston, if I was pulling the strings here, this would be Sauce Gardner. I hope it's not. I hope the dream of Sauce Gardner potentially falling to the Philadelphia Eagles. I would be very, very happy. Best available. I mean, I can't vote at this point. But, it could be offensive line. Again, yeah, it could be offensive line. Ike Ekwonu, Evan Neal. They have Kyle Hamilton. I don't think Kyle Hamilton's going at 3. Well, that's still my pick. We're waiting for it. This thing better not update. Pick is in for Houston. I'm not even going to look there. The pick might pop up, and I'm sticking on my TV here because that's what I want to see. I want to get immersed in the draft process here. Again, I'm Houston. I'd go Sauce here. Are they going to go Sauce? I don't think it's a foregone. I wouldn't even argue that Sauce might even be the favorite to go. He's probably not. But I think at 3, you go BPA at this point because you're Houston. And they obviously didn't trade out of that pick. So I just go Sauce Gardner and then ruin all hope for me as a Philadelphia Eagle fan of trading up to get Sauce Gardner. Come on, he used to make the pick. What? Derek Stingley? Derek Stingley to the Houston. I mean, hey, hype is real. Wow, with the 3rd overall pick, the Houston Texans select Derek Stingley, opting for Stingley over Sauce Gardner, which is not that spicy. It might, some people might think it's that spicy, but the hype is real on Derek Stingley. He is, and in terms of ceiling, this is exactly the inverse of a different position. Of Trayvon Walker going ahead of Aiden Hutchinson. Derek Stingley going ahead of Sauce Gardner. You're going with a guy with probably a higher ceiling, but you're swinging for the fences there. You have to make sure you figure it out. You get him back to 2019 Derek Stingley. Lovie Smith, proven commodity on the defensive side of the ball. I think it's a pretty decent landing spot there for Stingley to maximize his talents. I don't hate that pick, honestly. I would have went Sauce Gardner, but if they valued and graded Derek Stingley as the BPA at that spot, which is not outrageous to believe, that's not a bad pick. I'll give that, B plus, trending towards an A minus, because I absolutely would bank on the high ceiling of Derek Stingley Jr. to put it all together and be the prospect that we thought he was going to be in 2019. Wow. That's again, it's a surprise, but it's like, is it really? Sauce Gardner's still on the board. Sauce Gardner's still on the board. It's shocking if you live in the bubble of mock drafts, because I guarantee no one was mock drafting Derek Stingley, but I wouldn't say that's a reach. That's a gamble. It's a gamble, but it's not a reach. Whew. God damn. I mean, any Texan fans in chat? How do you feel? I mean, again, I think that there will be enough people that think to a degree that if we're going corner, why not go Sauce? It might be getting a little too cocky, a little too confident with it. But I mean, I'd be happy if you were fine getting Sauce Gardner. You should still be fine getting Derek Stingley. So the Jets at 4, they could trade. If I'm the Jets, I would be looking to potentially trade out of this spot. But let's hope Sauce falls here. The Jets are panicking. If I'm the Jets, there is a lot of people thinking they're trying to get rid of Mekhi Becton. Maybe that's over there. If the Mekhi Becton experience is over, they're probably still going, why does this keep I hate that keeps popping up. They're making their pick, but if Becton truly is on the block, you have your pick at the tackles here. I think this could be a quantum. If I had to make, how things are kind of falling out right now, I think you go at Quano here at pick 4. Or Evan, well, I mean, again, or Evan Neal, but what did Becton do? I think it's just there was, Jets fans could probably comment it more. I just started going down the rabbit hole a little bit, but it sounded like Becton was. There's always been issues with his weight. He's kind of like Jordan Davis to a certain degree, where there's issues with his weight and keeping the weight off. And some people think, the injuries are because of his weight. And last year he had an injury that was supposed to be, 2-3 weeks or something like that, and he ended up taking him out for the whole year. And he was up to like 400 pounds and all this stuff. So, I mean, obviously when healthy, Mekhi Becton, in terms of upsides, like one of the better young tackles in the NFL. So, like, if it is the end, they're going to most likely get some pretty good assets in return. But I think that where there's smoke, there's fire. And you have your choice of two very good, as close to blue chip tackle players as you can get it for here, if that's your decision. And if things work out with Becton, no disrespect to George Fant if he's watching or any of his fan members are watching, but George Fant is no Evan Neal. George Fant is no Ike Ekwonu. And the one thing that was going to be, kind of the big difference from Zach Wilson from college to the pros is that in college at BYU, Zach Wilson had one of the best offensive lines in the country. Going to the New York Jets, very much not so. They probably don't even have they might have the worst offensive line in their own friggin' division. So let's see. The Jets are dapping each other up. Please don't. I can't look. Don't be Sauce. I need the Sauce stream to be alive at 6. Panthers, whatever. If Philly doesn't trade up, I just want at least that first big, hold your breath. Is the Sauce streams alive at 6? Oh, I'm trying so hard. I've been spoiled when I look at this NFL Network thing. I want to just see it, because if this is Sauce, I'm going to be absolutely crushed. Come on, make the pick. Pick is in. Please be an offensive lineman. The Jets select. Fuck! Fuck's sakes. Fuck. All right, so pick 4. The New York Jets select Sauce Gardner out of Cincinnati. Was really hoping they'd go tackler. That's the dream. That was the first dream pick for Philadelphia. We still got Kayvon Thibodeau. I'd be happy. I'd be hyped with that pick. But Sauce Gardner was the S-tier dream. And the Jets, I don't know if, I don't know if the Jets panicked into this because, Stingley went to the Texans there. But, I had Sauce Gardner as my number 1 player in this draft. That's a A+ pick for the Jets. Instantly their best corner. You got Bryce Hall, who has some upside. That was a great value pick. The defensive head coach goes defense. That's not really surprising, even though I was hoping for a tackle. But Jets getting Sauce, that's an A+ draft pick every day of the week. Fuck! God damn it. All right, let's just hope the Giants. Again, I don't know. That would be my big trade. Philly could trade up for Thibodeau, but watch the Giants just pick Thibodeau. And it's just be like, all right, great. Philly's gonna fucking trade up for Jameson Williams or something, and he's gonna miss the first 4 weeks of the season. Oh, I wanted Sauce. God damn it. But maybe, yeah, you know what? This is like one of those things. Yes, I'm an Eagle fan. I'm wearing Eagles gear. But like viewing this as try to be just a person that just talking about the draft. That's a home run. If you're a Jets fan, any Jet fans in here, congratulations. Any fans of, why does this video? How do I stop these videos from spawning in? I hate it. Go away. I might need to get a new site here. If anyone else has a better draft site, I hate these videos popping up because you know what? I'm not gonna be able to like put these into a freaking YouTube video because it's gonna get demonetized. God damn it. Stop popping up! God! Man, Sauce looks... He's a baller, man. All right, Giants pick is in. Again, at this point, I just hope it's not Thibodeau because that's the only guy I can see Philadelphia like wanting to trade up for if they want to trade up. And I really don't want Philly just to sit there at 15, which means it's probably going to end up being fucking Thibodeau because that's who I want. But, I mean, let's be honest. If you're the Giants here, you have your pick at tackle. It's Ike Ekwonu. It should be Ike Ekwonu and or Evan Neal. God damn it, man. What a pick for the Jets. Man, Sauce is such a baller. Oh. I didn't know Derek Stingley's tied for the highest drafted corner in the common draft era. Did not know that. Even though I should have. What did Jalen Range? Was he 5th? 6th? Thought he was 4th. God damn it. You know what? This is how you live with this because there's no chance Philly was going up to 4. What it would have cost Philly to go up to 4 to get Sauce probably would have been like, that would have been a lot. Would have been a lot to live with. Kayvon at 5, best tackle at 7. There's no way they go Kayvon at 5 because the Panthers, if they don't trade, are going tackle. So you're the Giants, you got to view this as we get to pick the first tackle. We get our highest graded tackle. We don't have to worry about who Carolina has graded because we're going to make them pick whatever. So the Giants like Ekwonu or they like Evan Neal as their one. This is your chance to get. You don't have to worry about Carolina going pass rusher. The pick is in. The pick is in. Trying to avoid looking at the menu here. Hopefully it's a tackle. Evan Neal, Ike Ekwonu, one of those two. Oh, nice. Make-A-Wish kid. Love that stuff. That's awesome. This guy's hype. Post-heart transplant. Good God. Hell yeah, buddy. Don't say Kayvon Thibodeau or I'm gonna turn on you pretty quickly. Come on, buddy. Sam Prince, Make-A-Wish kid. Make another wish come true and keep Thibodeau on the board. That's going to be awesome, man. I would love to announce a pick for Philly. He's going to be a bust anyways. He's going to be a bust anyways. Oh. You know what? I will say that. We don't know what's going on. This could be the Giants. Like, I'm shocked they went Thibodeau before they go tackle. If the New York Giants got word that Philly wanted to trade with the Panthers to get Thibodeau, they're like, hey, remember that Devontae Smith thing? Let me get that in the video here. So at Pick 5, this is just worst case scenario for my Philadelphia Eagles potentially trading up to 6. The Giants go Kayvon Thibodeau. I thought they'd go tackle, get their pick of tackle, because it seems like they'd be competing with Carolina for the top tackle. But you know what? Maybe this is just me reading too much into it. Maybe the Giants got word that Philly wanted 6 to get Thibodeau. They remembered we jumped them to get Devontae Smith last year. So they hit us with, you know what? We're not letting you get whoever. We'll take Thibodeau and then get whatever tackles left at 7. F you Eagles. I kind of always hoped that was the case because that just adds to the rivalry a little bit. Grading this, that's, I'd say A- for the Giants. I think that tackle is a bigger need, and if I was the Giants, I would go tackle, get the tackle that I have graded as a top tackle, unless they have Neal and Ekwonu like equal, and they don't care who the Panthers pick. But I think I would have got my choice of tackle, because the Panthers are taking Thibodeau, and then got Thibodeau at 7. So that's the reason why I'd kind of, not giving this a home run A. I'll give it an A-, just because I would have went tackle first, and then Thibodeau at 7. God damn it. Maybe the Giants aren't interested in tackles. That would also be a Giant thing, to have immediate crisis need and failing to address it. That would be also a Giant thing to do. But that's good. Hey, it's annoying. But looks like Philly's staying. The only guy Philly would trade up now at 15 is to get Jameson Williams, I think. And again, I've kind of sided with I'd rather keep the picks and whatever wide receivers there is there. But once again, just because this is what we do as YouTubers, if you guys enjoy me being utterly depressed and you haven't hit that like button, I would very much appreciate it if you smash. But fuck's sakes. God damn it. So the Panthers, the Panthers are bleeding the clock. This is probably them going, hey, Philly, we still on for this trade? And they're going, no, we're good. Pick is in. Put it this way, though. There's no way you're that happy going to the Giants. Let's be honest. There is no way Kayvon Thibodeau is that happy. No one is that happy going to the Giants. Giants are ass. So if I'm the Panthers, you go top tackle. I go Ike Ekwonu. Pick is in. Go Ike Ekwonu. Protect Sam Darnold. Seems kind of home run if they go Evan Neal. I will say this, so the fact that it's most likely going to be Thibodeau and Neal or Ekwonu there at 7. Again, we're just hoping right now. Literally, there's no one left that would make me upset. Maybe Kyle Hamilton falling to Philly. That'd be annoying if he goes ahead of them. I would like Philly to have the option to pick him. But now I'm in full-on someone draft Drake London before the Eagles pick mode. That's kind of where I'm at. But Panthers could go tackle. Could go Malik Wallace. Could go... I think that's probably it, though, right? You got to go tackle Malik Wallace. There's no real other options. But, yeah, if I'm Carolina, I don't know if I can vote, but I would say Ekwonu would be the guy. Plug and play left tackle. Might not. Again, it goes to the. How do I stop these videos from popping up? This is making me very upset. Kind of like just disable videos somehow. Because this is like the site I use every year, but they keep having these stupid fucking videos pop up. Maybe there's still something there in Darnold, right? You give Darnold better pieces around him. You give Darnold a healthy McCaffrey. You know? He's, in terms of age, still has a chance to put it all together and have some upside. So, yeah. If I'm Panthers, you go tackle here. I'd go Ekwonu. And then the Giants at 7, I'd go Evan Neal. And the Giants getting Evan Neal and Kayvon Thibodeau would be... It's a good haul, man. Congrats on sucking. Congrats on pretty much forfeiting your first-round pick last year with Tony because they're trying to trade him. But Thibodeau and Evan Neal would be very good. Just boot up a mock simulator and fill in the picks. You see them live. Fucking great idea. Great idea, buddy. Terrific idea. That is what we're going to do. Everyone shout out to Gernster. That's what we're doing. So we got Trayvon Walker. Boom. We got Aiden Hudson. We have Derek Stingley. We have Sauce Gardner. We have Kayvon Thibodeau. And we are waiting for pick 6. What an idea. I should have done this from the beginning. This is Boom to NFL Network. Hey, don't have a video pop up every 2 seconds. Some of us are trying to make content. Man, might have to start having a shower though. Let's be honest. Not the hottest start here. 6th pick. Gotta be one of these two. I would go Ekwonu. They do. They get Ike Ekwonu at pick 6. Good start, man. That's a good pick. I do wonder, though. Looked like that draft clock was getting down to, like, under 2 minutes. If there was a trade in place. And they had to confirm that Philly was out. So, hey, we switched sites if you're watching this as the recap video. Because the NFL Network site's absolute garbage. Pick 6, the Carolina Panthers get Ike Ekwonu. They get the top, debatably the top tackle, even though I had Evan Neal a little bit higher in my big board. But they get arguably the top tackle in this year's draft class. That's an A, solid A right there for Carolina. Get protection on the blind side. You have Taylor Moton at the right-hand side. Ike Ekwonu, plug-and-play left tackle. Healthy Christian McCaffrey gives you as much opportunity to see if Sam Darnold can be your guy. And if not, you have a fantastic franchise tackle for the quarterback that they get next offseason, be it a trade or, draft, Bryce Young season. Who knows? It's a good pick for Carolina, man. Carolina's absolute hoss. He gave up 10 sacks in his entire career. In 12, almost 1,300 reps. He's very good. Guy looks like, Jesus Christ, he's Blastoise. He looks like Blastoise. Jason Peters. Was that what I said? Is that what I said? I think in the mock draft that I had Ike Ekwonu going first to the Jacksonville Jaguars, I said Doug Peterson is going to see Jason Peters and Ike Ekwonu. Goddamn, DJ. Give me a little bit of credit there. I should have copyrighted that comp. You know, that's what we got to start doing, copywriting player comps. That's a good fit, though, man. I like that. Carolina could be... like, Carolina has, like, a chance to be, like, a surprise next year. Falcons are going to be garbage. Saints, no one really knows what the Saints are going to be like. Like, if Darnold can be serviceable, if Darnold can be in, like, a Jimmy Garoppolo, like an operator, dude, you just got to hand the ball up to McCaffrey. You have DJ Moore, who's an absolute baller. Panthers could be sneaky good next season. Do I prefer Ekwonu O'Neal? I think Evan Neal has a higher ceiling. There has been some reports leaked out that there could be some medicals that obviously, you know, us fake scouts don't have, you know, any... like, I don't even think Dane Brugler, which is, like, the most extensive draft guide. I highly recommend... like, if The Athletic, it's like a premium service. I would just get it the whole year just for the draft guide. I don't think there was anything even there brought up about the injury medical flag or anything like that. But I think Evan Neal has a higher ceiling, but I think Ekwonu is very much a 1A, 1B. I think I had Ekwonu as my third on my big board. So he's an absolute monster, man. That's a great pick for Carolina. I think I'd be very happy as a Panther fan. And now the Giants at 7. Looking at the board, I think they go... Evan Neal, Charles Cross. They go whoever they had graded as their highest tackle. It should probably be Evan Neal. But I will tell you right now, man. Salads might need to be consumed here. Fire. Talent with fire. I like Matt Rule from, started at Temple. I think what he did at Baylor... taking a team, like it's like a football series, like a YouTube series, right? He went to Baylor. They pretty much had the death penalty, and he turned them into a legit contender in the Big 12. He's a builder. But, building a college program back up, and then essentially going to Carolina and have to build that over, taking over from the Ron Rivera regime. You have the new owner. It's different. You can't, it's not going to be the exact same. It's, if you had success in building and reestablishing a culture in college, doesn't mean you're going to be able to do that in the professional game. And I think that maybe that's some of the issues going on with Matt Rule. And then they canned Joe Brady. That was certainly a decision to be made. Did Joe Brady land anywhere yet, by the way? But, I don't know. Matt Rule or not. Ike Ekwonu. Very good pick here for the Carolina Panthers. Here's hoping the Giants take something stupid. Let's hope they do something stupid. Drake London. Let's go. Trevor Penning would be funny. Jordan Davis would be a meme kind of selection. Go linebacker. Let's see. Giants pick is on the clock. I'm going to say Evan Neal. They did. Pretty predictable. Evan Neal out of Alabama. That's a good draft for the Giants. I mean, the Giants, there's a reason why they had the 5 and 7. They did a lot of work with that. They did a lot of damage. They're going to be better with those two players. So at pick 7, the Giants select Evan Neal, the tackle of Alabama. Maybe, maybe they didn't get the tackle that they wanted. They could have had a Ekwonu higher, but that's a hell of a consolation prize. Evan Neal, plug and play. Whatever you want to do with Andrew Thomas, he can play either tackle spot. He played some guard at a decent level for Alabama. Incredibly high ceiling, was number 2 on my big board. And as an Eagle fan, that's an annoying pick. I'm going to give that an A. That's an A right there for the Giants. Gigantic, man. That guy is like 7 feet tall, 400 pounds, and he has like pretty good abs, That is a gigantic human being. God damn, man. I don't want the Eagles. If the Eagles trade up at this point, I'm confident it would be for Jameson Williams. I don't know, man. It's like, it's all hypotheticals. I don't know what the board looks like, but it's like one of those things. Imagine if Philly at 15 trades up with Seattle to get Jameson Williams, and just imagine that at 15, Garrett Wilson's still on the board. Like it's like one of those things where, like, you know, regardless of what style of receiver you want, I'd probably rather whoever's available at 15 over what we'd have to give to go up and get Jameson Williams. I mean, it also needs to be said, you don't have to go wide receiver this year. Got 2 first-round picks next year. A lot of good wide receivers. We can get Jackson Smith-Njigba from Ohio State. He literally shits out 300-yard games. There's gonna be other wide receivers. Next year's wide receiver class is solid as well. I don't know if it's as good as this one, but there's some absolute ballers next year. All right, let's look at some of these comments here. Can't wait to watch Seattle blow. Yeah, okay, right now. I don't know if there's any Seahawks fans here. Who's the Seattle pick at 9? Let's be like, who is the one brutal... Seattle always takes a second-round grade guy at 9. So, like, I don't even know who they could go. Like, Travis Jones would be a Seahawk pick. Boy Mafe would be a Seattle pick. You can look down here, like Kyler Gordon would be a Seattle pick. But let's focus on Atlanta here, man. Let's go to the clock before we go off here. Atlanta at 8. I think literally anything could be in play. They could go Kyle Hamilton. They could go... Could go Jermaine Johnson. I think probably that's going to be the hot pick here. Get a pass rusher. They converted to that 3-4. Still a work in progress. Still trying to gather the assets to make that full transition to a 3-4. And Jermaine Johnson could be that dude. Could go Jordan Davis at the nose tackle. You know, you pair him with who? You got Grady Jarrett on one side, DN. Marlon Davidson on the other. Jordan Davis. That sounds pretty good. They could go any wide receiver, pretty much, especially with the Calvin Ridley situation. Or quarterback comes out the board. And they grab Malik Willis. They grab Kenny Pickett, or they go Desmond Ridder. Like, that actually would be a Seattle pick. Like, Desmond Ridder at 9. So if I had to guess, I would say the pick is in for Atlanta. If I had to guess, I would say it'd be between Jermaine Johnson, Garrett Wilson, and Malik Willis. Those would be my 3 if I'm Atlanta. I mean, if I'm Atlanta... If Malik Willis, if they think he's their guy, that's probably the top guy, I would say, at 8. But I'd probably lean maybe towards Jermaine Johnson at this point. Let's see. If I had to pick, I'd say Jermaine Johnson at 1, Malik Willis 2 would be my 2 options here for Atlanta. And I'm trying, I know the chat might be popping off with spoilers. I got blinders on. I'm looking at the Be the GM NFL Mock Draft Simulator, NFLMockDraftDatabase.com. I hope it's not Garrett Wilson. I want Garrett Wilson to fall to Philly. Man, Philly's getting Drake London, aren't they? Philly's getting Drake London, aren't they? Fuck! Quote this moment. Still half hour to be fucking pick. Philly's getting Drake London, aren't they? Yes! Yes! Oh, my baby's sleeping. Oh, my God. Thank God. Oh. Go Falcons, man. I'm a diehard Falcon fan now. Rise up. Rise up! Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Sauce, Thibodeau, annoying. We're back up. We were down a little bit. Philly was trying to trade up, maybe. We were down. We're back up. We're back up. And this is a good one for Philly, because that's like a guy that, someone else is going to push down. Someone else might be available for Philadelphia that wasn't going to be. Oh. I'm a diehard Falcon fan right now, man. Oh, let's go. How do you, like, this is one of those ones. I pretend to be a scout. But how do you have Drake London higher than Garrett Wilson? How do you have Drake London higher than Jameson Williams? After that, you could have Drake London different. Apples and oranges. Drake London to an Olave. Drake London to a Burks. Drake London to Dotson. Drake London to more Pickens. But how do you have Drake London graded out higher than these two guys? Here's a fair question. Here's an even fair question. Even if you like Drake London, I hope now, because this doesn't have to have the Eagles, I hope Drake London and Kyle Pitts are unstoppable. I want that to be, like, if someone ever says, C4, you hated Drake London, I'm going to bring this back up. Because, look, I hope he's unstoppable. Go Falcons. I appreciate you. But, like, this is just simple enough. How do you value a guy that has questionable speed and he's a jump ball winner over a jack of all trades, master of some in Garrett Wilson, or a pure deep threat in a league that values speed over everything? You go with the jump ball? You go jump ball over everything? Okay, well, guess we'll say. You go jump ball over well-rounded and speed? It's questionable, man. All right, so at pick 8, I'm a Falcon fan, baby. They go Drake London, wide receiver out of USC. Thank God. There's probably people already clicking off the stream because you thought that was what you're waiting for. I already know. They were waiting for Philly to draft Drake London for me to lose my mind and find something. I got a bunch of weights back there. I would throw them through the fucking wall. They go Drake London, thank God. Hope he works out for you. Hope Drake London and Kyle Pitts are unstoppable. But how do you go Drake London over Garrett? You go jump ball wide receiver over jack of all trades wide receiver that's good at everything, or the speed threat in a league that values speed? This is a suspect pick. I'm happy. I'm going to give it a B. I'm not going to dog it completely because I'm very happy right now. So I'm going to give it a B-. Twin Towers. I like the branding, man. Oh, thank God. Drake London, Larry Fitzgerald. Oh, thank God, Atlanta. Any Falcon fans in the chat? How you feeling? Right now, thumbs up. Stopping in for the chat for the first time, hit the old thumbs up. The likes helps the videos out here, fellas. Would appreciate that. Oh, my God, I'm so happy. Oh. All right, now, here. Okay, first of all, Falcons, if you're in there, any Falcons fans, I don't actually get a buddy right now. I should be texting. He's a Falcon fan. Love to hear what he thinks. But I'd love to hear what you guys think about this. Obviously, if you were a Falcon fan, hope for a wide receiver, you probably weren't hoping for Drake London. But, it sounds like people would rather Drake London over Malik Wallace. Another thing, that we can also have another fun game. Now, we have another fun game here. So if there's not a lot of Falcons fans, it seems like Falcon fans are kind of in the middle of the mall here. But how can Philly mess this up now? Now that Drake London's off the board, what is now the Howie Roseman meme situation? Is it quarterback factory at 15? Like, how can Howie screw this up? Right? There's no way they go offensive line, right? I don't think. So, like, the whole, like, Linderbaum probably right now, and I love Linderbaum. I literally do think he's, like, the closest prospect we've seen to a Jason Kelce type player. And I don't know how much I could hate that, because if we're building towards the future, and if Jason Kelce straight up said, this is my last year, I'm not going to make a decision next year and maybe come back, like, oh, this is it, 100%, this is it. And if that comes to fruition and we go Linderbaum, it's a tough sell drafting a center when you have 2 first-round picks and essentially redshirting him for a year. So that's probably the worst pick, and I could still even live with that. Because if they make that pick, that means this team is living for 2023. But I'm trying to think what could be the most Howie Roseman pick left. You get Devontae Wyatt, who has the off-the-field stuff. That's kind of a Dallas Cowboy pick, but, he's a damn good player. I wouldn't hate from a player, from a talent, from what he brings. If Jordan Davis is off the board and we go Devontae Wyatt, that could be a little bit of a reach, but he's a damn good football player. Jermaine Johnson, Karlaftis, those are always guys that were going to be considered for Philly's pick there at 15. They're not going linebacker. They go linebacker, be pleasantly surprised. I just don't see it happening. I wouldn't hate any of these 3 corners at 15, to be honest with you. And obviously you got Hamilton I wouldn't hate. So Would love to hear what you guys think would be an L pick for the Eagles. Now, like, what can we start to build? I don't want to manufacture a rage, but like, who's the one guy we could kind of center in on that if we go at 15, I can blow up a little bit? Because luckily Drake London's out the board. I think the only thing would be quarterback, and I'd be a little disappointed if we burn a red shirt center, I guess. People are saying the only L pick, Kyler Gordon, there's no way they go Ajabo. I don't think. I think it's been fairly consistent in like all the Eagles press conferences. They want to get guys that can make impacts this year in the first round, and Ajabo's red shirt. I think if Ajabo was healthy, he'd absolutely be one of the picks Philly would look at. If Ajabo was healthy, honestly, if Ajabo was healthy, gun to my head, I might take him over Johnson and Karlaftis. If he was healthy, if he was going to be able to produce, because his ceiling is way higher than those two players. But I'm just looking at worst right now, I'm just going to be content with the picks. I'm not going to hate whoever we get at 15 and 18. Kenny Pickett, we're seeing so it does seem fairly consistent that quarterback would be the all-time. I can't see that happening. If we didn't make that trade with the Saints, if Philly was still sitting on 3 first-round picks this year, couldn't trade out of it, I would probably consider a little bit that maybe we just say we go quarterback because we don't have the assets next year. But I think as soon as Philly made that trade with the Saints to get the picks next year, that completely, at least to me, said for the first-round picks, they're not going quarterback. If at 51, which is Eagles' second-round pick, if a Matt Corral, if a Sam Howell, if one of those guys is still there, they could pull a Jalen Hurts type deal. But I would be absolutely shocked. Like, maybe the most shocking pick if Philly does go QB at 15. But we got Seattle here at 9. We're kind of clowning on them a little bit in chat. That, let's be honest, Seattle does not have the best track record. We talked about the bad pick Seattle. But like, who's a good pick for Seattle? I think Charles Cross. That's what I had in my last mock draft. It'd be the ultimate meme Russell Wilson pick if like Russell Wilson's finally gone and they get an offensive line. They could go Jermaine Johnson. They get Charles Cross. Good pick. That's one. That's how many did I actually get right in my mock draft? Well, I had Walker. I had Hutchinson. I think I had Evan Neal, and now I had Charles Cross. I think if we're keeping score at home. But I mean, Charles Cross, it's not a bad pick, man. I think the drop off for the tackles after Cross, I think there's a considerable gap between Cross and Trevor Penning. You need to replace Dwayne Brown, starting left tackle, very high upside. What is he, redshirt sophomore? So a little bit on the younger side. I think that's a good pick for Seattle. Clown Seattle for making bad picks. That's not a bad pick at all. Let's throw a grade here. So at the 9th overall pick, the Seattle Seahawks draft Charles Cross, tackle at Mississippi State. I had them in my final mock draft. Makes sense, man. You got to replace Dwayne Brown. How memey is it that after years and years and years and years and years of neglecting the offensive line with Russell Wilson, as soon as Russ is gone and you got Drew Lock in the building, Drew Lock commands the type of respect from the general manager to get that tackle. Russell Wilson could never do that. Charles Cross is a good fit. I think the drop-off between Charles Cross then down to Penning is considerable. So if you needed a tackle, I think Charles Cross is the last kind of plug-and-play tackle in this year's draft class. High ceiling, terrific pass blocker. Needs to work a little bit on his run defense. But I actually think that's a pretty good pick. I mean, here on the live chat, we're kind of clowning the Seattle Seahawks for always making bad first-round picks. I'm giving that an A. I think maybe A minus, somewhere in that range. But I think I'll give it an A. Not a bad pick there for Seattle at 9. They could have done a lot worse, I think it's fair to say. I only got 3 right so far, but I got Cross, Hudson, Walker. I didn't get the tackles right. Did I have Evan Neal and Ekwonu maybe? I might have got the order wrong there. Pick 10, I know in my mock draft, I had them going Garrett Wilson. I think that's where they should go, honestly. Looking at the board right now for the Jets, I would go Garrett Wilson. They could also, honestly, they could go Jermaine Johnson. They wanted to get a pass rusher. I don't really know where else they go. Where do you guys think the Jets could go? You guys are thinking Jets are going to take Wilson or make that trade? I mean, I don't know. I feel like there'd be a lot more rumblings about a potential trade here. Pick is in. I got to finish this energy drink here before we can. who are saying you think it has to be Garrett Wilson. I will say this: if Wilson, man, I don't know, because I'd say there's a lot of people. Garrett Wilson would be probably my dream pick right now at 15 of the players that are left. I mean, there's a lot of teams that he have to fall through. I think Jets could take Wilson if they don't take him. I think Commanders could take Wilson if they don't take him. Houston at 13 could go. Well, if Garrett Wilson's still there at 15, though, wait, could that be the Howie Roseman fuck up? If Garrett Wilson and Chris Olave are on the board, and Howie goes Olave over Wilson, I feel like I don't want to manifest anything. I feel like that could be. That's not quite even in the realm of Jalen Reagor over Justin Jefferson, but I do have Garrett Wilson like a decent bit ahead of Chris Olave as a prospect. And I say that as someone that in my last mock draft, I had Philly going Olave at 15 just because Wilson was off the board. Kyle Hamilton. Man, they could go Jameson. What do they got? What's the Jets wide receiver? They got Elijah Moore, so that's like a fast, shifty slot guy. You got Corey Davis, kind of a big-bodied wide receiver. Maybe Jameson Williams could be the pick. Like maybe they want that speed element. Zach Wilson got a cannon. They don't really have the Jets have a deep threat right now because maybe they could value Jameson Williams higher than Garrett Wilson. I'm trying to think, man. Denzel Mims was kind of supposed to be that guy, 6'2", 6'3", 4'4" speed. Hasn't really worked out well. So maybe they could go Jameson Williams to offer them a little bit different to build that wide receiver core, add a little bit, and have a little bit of everything. But the pick is in for the Jets. They are coming out, I hope. It's probably going to be a wide receiver. I would love it somehow to be like Chris Olave. Best case, that means Philly has Wilson and Williams still on the board. I think it got to be Garrett Wilson. It is. Had that in the old mock. That's hell of a draft. Man. Joe Douglas, Philly Pipeline, the man that should still be the Philadelphia Eagles general manager, crushing it. Top corner, top wide receiver, didn't have to trade. Jets are crushing it, man. Jets are crushing it. With the 10th pick, the Jets get Garrett Wilson out of Ohio State. They get my wide receiver one. They get my corner one in Sauce Gardner. Joe Douglas crushing it. I don't want to say A+ because this is the range he was supposed to go, but this is I got to give it just an A. That's probably where Wilson should have gone anyways. I had it in my mock draft. That's an easy A, trending towards an A+. The Jets have both New York teams, to be completely fair, both New York teams have absolutely crushed this draft so far. Now we need the Commanders, man. Honestly, best case as an Eagle fan, I'm hoping like Willis. I'm hoping they go Malik Willis here. But again, man, this is kick our feet back, just chill, because I just said, what's the most realistic Howie thing? Quarterback, very unrealistic, could happen. Linderbaum, unlikely. The most Howie Roseman thing would be having both Ohio State wide receivers, having Garrett Wilson and having Chris Olave on the board at 15, and picking the wrong one. Now that one's on, it's eliminated, right? If I'm Philly, there are 3 wide receivers I would consider still in the first round. I wouldn't be pissed with Burks. Wouldn't be pissed with Dotson if we traded back for them. But if we're staying at 15, Williams, Olave, good value at 15. If we have to reach for somebody, I'm going right down there to George Pickens. They're all still on the board. Kyle Hamilton's falling. Hamilton could go here at 11. But I don't know, man. Just sent out a tweet here. Oh, shit. Well, it looks like Malik Wallace is coming off the board. The Saints have traded up. What's the trade? I got to try to make the trade on this site. I'm going to be looking at the comments. If anyone can give me the compensation so I can just make the trade here on the mock draft sim, just give me the picks if they flipped any first, because this is only like the first round. But that works out well for Philly, man. Again, this is good news for Philly. You gotta assume the Saints are getting a quarterback here. Well, you can't assume. They could go anything, right? They could go wide receiver for sure. But you would like to think that they're going quarterback. So that's just another not a guy that Philly would want on their board that's going off ahead of them, which is what you want. But if anyone in chat can give me the compensation, like what first round pick did they flip? Well, I think Saints trading up like that. It could be for Jameson Williams. It's probably for a quarterback. Again, if anyone gets the compensation here in terms of pick, like did they give 16 or 19 to go up to 11? Like where is Commanders picking now? Washington is down to 16. Okay, so we'll make that trade here. We'll have Washington 11, and we'll have New Orleans 16. 16, 3, and a 4. Not bad business from the Commanders, to be honest with you. So I'm thinking, yeah, it's got to be probably one of these two, Jameson Williams or Malik Wallace. Again, though, you got to be figuring. I don't know. Thank you for the update there. What do you guys think? It seems like chat's thinking wide receiver. I don't know if there's a lot of Saint fans here that are manifesting this being like wide receiver, but I'll tell you what, man. If this is quarterback, it might be salad time, because then that means we're right now. Okay, I don't want to say, because if they go Jameson Williams, everything I'm about to say is going to get fucking. If they go quarterback, that means you have 12, 13, 14, 15. Now, I've stressed all along, every single time since the final draft order where Philly knew we were picking, even before the Saints trade, staying at 15 is going to be very disappointing, because there's a 0% chance that this run of 12, 13, 14 aren't going to be the guys we're all hoping for at 15. So I think you're looking at this board right now, Kyle Hamilton, Jermaine Johnson, Jameson Williams, Jordan Davis, or you could look at someone like McDuffie. Kind of polarizing, but those are the guys we want. You're going to assume that if this goes, we'll say Malik Wallace. 12 will probably be either Hamilton or McDuffie. We'll say McDuffie. 13, Jermaine Johnson. 14, Jordan Davis. And then Philly, I mean, hey, we might be able to do my last Eagles mock draft. I would love to be right. I had Olave at 15. I had Kyle Hamilton at 18. Now that Commanders traded down to 16, they're always a kind of a landing spot there for a safety, which could throw a wrench into things. You know, because, I mean, if Philly goes Kyle Hamilton here, they're probably between Commanders and the Chargers. They're probably going to grab, if Olave's still there. That's interesting. That's kind of like I would have much rather see the Commanders get that 19th pick than the 16th pick. Let's go, man. Again, I think my gut says Malik Wallace. You have Jameis Winston for Band-Aid, stopgap type quarterback, so you don't have to rush Malik Wallace. But if you're acquiring all these picks and you have as much question marks as they have at a quarterback, and there's the Saints, for the most part, let's be honest, Saints are kind of like Philly. They're the teams that are good enough to not get first overall consideration. Like if the Saints and you look at the Eagles are looking forward to 2023, they're probably going to be going into that year as the two teams that are going to have like enough wins that they're going to have to give big trade to try to get a good quarterback next year. So if they think Malik Wallace is their guy, this is their chance to go get quarterback one in this draft. So you're not gonna have a chance to get probably quarterback one in next year's draft. And let's be honest, if you look at but it does, yeah, I'd say, again, Jameson Williams, Malik Wallace, one of those two. And I know a lot of Eagle fans like and want Jameson Williams. It's not going to be. It's not going to be the. I'm not going to be super pissed if they go Jameson Williams, but it'd be annoying. I want as many wide receiver options available on the board at 15 for Philly as possible. But I would say right now, as it stands, I think Jordan Davis at 15, if he can fall there, that's probably my favorite. I'd be the most happy with Jordan Davis at 15. I know it's a risky pick, but I would gamble on the traits and upside there. But let's see. Pick is in. I'm leaning right now. I feel like they've been talking about wide receiver. It could be Jameson Williams. Kind of hope it's Malik Wallace. Oh, what time is it? It was 10:30. Father of two. Salads need to be consumed. Soon, pretty soon. Why is Austin Eckler announcing the Saints pick? Nothing screams Saints like Tony Gonzalez and Austin Eckler. Man, my cat, shout out to my cat, just chilling. Got the bladder of a lifetime. Doesn't even need to leave yet. He's chilling. He loves this. He loves his salads too. He's probably waiting. Make the pick. Shut up, Tony Gonzalez. Oh, actually didn't. I will say, I did not know the Saints contract for Jameis Winston was 2 years. Make the pick! Shut the hell up. As always, while we're waiting, hit that like button. If you've yet to hit it, we very much appreciate it. Helps with the stream. We're almost at 4,000 total views. Almost 300 people in here. I very much appreciate it. A lot of different things you could be watching. Thank you for chilling and hanging out with father of two, you know? Saints select Chris Olave. You know, I'm not. I was gonna say kind of surprising. I don't think there's a lot between Olave and Jameson. It's just you're trading up for Olave. It's a little interesting. It's not a bad pick, though. Obviously, you know, probably Michael Thomas put in a good word. You want to make Michael Thomas happy. Seems like he's been unhappy. Why not put maybe him and Olave are buddies? Just surprising, I think. Good player, though. Good player. Good fit for the Saints. All right, at pick 11, the Saints trade up. Basically, have a 3 and a 4 to move up a couple spots with the Commanders, and they get Chris Olave, wide receiver out of Ohio. Kind of surprising. I was thinking it was either Jameson Williams or Malik Wallace. And then go Olave. I don't think the gap between Olave and Williams is that big. Kind of as much as we were actually kind of dogging Seattle, does seem like the Saints have suspect first-round picks as well. It's not bad. I'd say B. Like, it's a B that trends upwards. It's kind of surprising, but definitely not a bad pick, not a crazy pick, not an outrageous pick. All right, so we got the Vikings on the clock here at 12. What? We don't? Lions traded up? It? Lions at 12 from 32. So is that what happened? For this trade, do I need to just move the Vikings down to 32 and the Lions up to 12? If anyone could give me the trade value, thank you very much. Lions getting Willis here. I mean, if you're trading up, they could. I think you gotta say quarterback, right? I just don't think you'd make that trade to the Lions for. I mean, they need a wideout. But as soon as anyone gets a call, I don't even know if I can trade future picks here. I can force it though. Actually, we'll be fine. I can force it. Vikings aren't picking in the first. Eagles have traded up to 13? Eagles trade up to third. Jordan Davis, probably. Who would you... Like, that's the only guy I could see them trying to jump... All right, anyway, first, while we keep trying to do this, do we give the Lions still have pick 32, and now they have pick 12, and the Vikings don't pick in the first round? Is that what we're doing here? Can I get confirmation on that, please? Vikings have 32. Okay. So we'll do... I mean, if I'm getting trolly, we can fix it anyways. So we're going to give Minnesota 12. Detroit... where the fuck are they? So Philly got... Houston. How am I not seeing this? I haven't even had salads yet. What's going on? There we go. So this is what the board kind of looks like, right? All right, so as it stands, the Lions at 12. You got to think it's Malik Wallace. Could be Jameson Williams. Philly trading up. You got to think it's either Jameson Williams or Jordan Davis. Lions select. Jameson Williams. That's what they just said. Wow. So what did Philly... Okay, there's no way Philly traded up before they knew that Jameson Williams is going to the Lions. There's no... Like, this has to be for Jordan Davis. Could be for Jermaine Johnson. But I think the logic here in Philly, moving literally one spot up, is that Baltimore... was going Jordan Davis, and Philly loves Jordan Davis. Jameson Williams, I mean, that's, the run on wideouts is large. I'm not furious. I would say in terms of disappointment, I was a lot more disappointed with the 4-5 picks in the dream of trading up for Philly than I was that. I mean, I know a lot of Eagle fans. I would say the general consensus is that most Eagle fans like Jameson Williams more than I did. Would have been a great fit for Philadelphia long term, but again, I had to sell myself on Philadelphia quarterback 2023. Then the idea of Jameson Williams coming to Philadelphia's offense this season. So the Lions traded up to pick 12, swapping, and the Vikings going down to 32, and they got Jameson Williams. We thought maybe this could be Malik Wallace. And I know a lot of Eagle fans are going to be upset because Philly also made a trade going from 15 to 13. A lot of Eagle fans wanted Jameson Williams. He's now off the board for the Lions. I mean, you have Amon-Ra St. Brown, who's an intriguing gadget wide receiver type dude, but you need that deep threat, that perimeter deep threat, and you're thinking about whoever their quarterback's going to be in 2023. Jameson Williams, great player, big run on wide receivers right now. Given what they traded for it, I think that will hinder the grading on this pick just a little bit. But I'm still gonna give it an A- because speed kills in today's NFL, and Jameson Williams is the best deep threat, and the Lions just absolutely had to find their own deep threat. So it's a good pick. I'll give it an A-, trending towards probably a B+. All right, the Eagles pick is in. My prediction. Jordan Davis or Jermaine Johnson here. Did anyone get the compensation that Philly paid to get up? The reason why I say Jordan Davis is just because I don't think Philly's worried. I mean, again, it's got to be Jordan Davis or Jermaine Johnson. It's who did Philly think? I mean, Baltimore could have been in on Jermaine Johnson. I think Baltimore would have been more in on Jordan Davis. If it's Malik Willis, I'm going to lose my mind. Still looking for the compensation. 15, 120, 15, a fourth, and 2/5. Just for the pick? Did we get anything else? Like, did Philly just straight up give 15, a fourth, and 2/5 just for 13? Or did we get anything else from Houston? Again, if I had to make a prediction, it's Jordan Davis. If I had to be honest, there is some concerns with Jordan Davis, but that's also, I'm going to give that a pretty good score because Jordan Davis, he was my number 6 player on my big board. There's the weight concerns. You know, is he going to be able to be dedicated enough to keep the weight off? And there's the limited snap count. But I truly do think the upside of Jordan Davis, the fact that they got Fletcher Cox pretty much on a 1-year Band-Aid, I'd be very happy with that. Like, given who's left, let's see. Who's a realistic pick at 13? Kyle Hamilton, Jermaine Johnson. I'm not manifesting this. Kyle Hamilton, Jermaine Johnson, Jordan Davis, Trent McDuffie, maybe Karlaftis. And if I had to rank them, I think I would easily have Jordan Davis at 1, Jermaine Johnson at 2, and then probably McDuffie and Hamilton, just in terms of value. But we're looking at a chance here for Philly. If they can get Jordan Davis at 13, Kyle Hamilton at 18, trade back from 18, get some of that draft capital back that they traded to move up, and then get George Pickens. George Pickens is still out there. Philly brought him in on a visit. But I think I'd be the most hyped at 13 if we got Jordan Davis. That was always going to be the problem. It's a mock draft. You can't apply mock draft logic to real life logic. But every fucking mock draft I did at 14, when I wanted Jordan Davis at 15, the Ravens always took him 100% of the time. I mean, that's what you got to do, man. I just... Come on, man. Jordan Davis is a freak of nature. I compared him to Albert Hainsworth for better or for worse. Might not be like the identical comp, but Albert Hainsworth, when he was motivated, was he was Aaron Donald. He was Aaron Donald level of dominance for like, I think was it the last 2 or 3 years for the Tennessee Titans. Then he went to the Washington for $1 trillion and sucked and got lazy. That's the for worst of Jordan Davis. But the peak of Albert Hainsworth being literally unstoppable, that is also the ceiling that Jordan Davis has. Jordan Davis is a better athlete than Albert Hainsworth. So you get this guy motivated, you throw Jordan Davis with Fletcher Cox, with Javon Hargrave. Long term, it's going to be Jordan Davis and Javon Hargrave. That's a Philly pick. But I will say, I mean, people in the comments probably know the spoiler of the pick. I will say I would, if they go Jermaine Johnson, that's a Howie Roseman thing where he's got a value edge over an interior D lineman. But I hope it's Jordan Davis. Try not to see spoilers. I'm going to avoid all spoilers. Come on, make the pick. Come on, make the pick. It's getting ready to be salad time. And when it's salad time, I'll just go off camera. I'm not leaving. I'll literally just go over here because I don't know if there's any issues with that. Underage, I don't know. Depending on the viewership. You know, I don't need some sort of like, this stream has been reviewed as mature content only. But, I mean, that's a great, I mean, hey. I think that's probably what Philly's line of thinking is whatever we got up to go, we had all these draft picks. The board kind of didn't fall the way we wanted, so we had to go get our guy, which they're doing at 13 by getting Davis or Johnson. And then they can wait and see 14, 15, 16, 17 if there's still another guy that, like a Hamilton's still there, a Jermaine Johnson and McDuffie is still there. They make that pick. If not, they can trade back with a team that's maybe a wide receiver hungry team that wants Treylon Burks and get back what they got from some of that trade. Make the pick. Okay, Ian Rappaport just said they're getting Jordan Davis as a potential replacement for Fletcher Cox. He's still on the team. I also saw a report that Jordan Davis' mom is a Philadelphia Eagle fan, so that's kind of cool. So we gave 13, we get 15. Let's go, man. That's not a bad trade. Still have our second round picks. Still have our couple third round picks. Texans hate the Ravens. All right, let's go. Let's go for this video. This is going to be part of the reaction upload. All right, so Philadelphia traded up to 13. This is live reaction. They actually haven't made it yet. Goodell just went up on the podium. They didn't give up a whole lot. Couple, days, fourth and fifth round and stuff like that to flip from 15 to 13. I think it's to jump the Baltimore Ravens for Jordan Davis, but knowing Howie Roseman, he could value the edge rusher here. Go Jermaine Johnson. Could go Trent McDuffie potentially, but I think it's Jordan Davis. I don't know how many mock drafts I did where I wanted Jordan Davis, and the Ravens took him 99% of the time at 14. Come on. Freaking nature. Jordan Davis, S-tier athlete. Some risk. Got to get him motivated. It's for better for worse, he's Albert Haynesworth. I think he has his upside, though, is literally to be like an unstoppable defensive tackle. And you got Fletcher Cox on a 1 year. Could be a potential successor. I'm hoping Jordan Davis. I'm prepared for Jermaine Johnson. Come on, make the pick. Also, big shout out to this point, if I'm just uploading this as the Eagles reaction. Big shout out to the Falcons for getting Drake London. Even though this video would have done good numbers if it was Drake London. Philadelphia selects at 13. Jordan Davis, baby! Let's go! That is very well done, Howie Roseman. Last year we jumped ahead of the Giants to get Devontae Smith. This year we jump ahead of the Ravens to get Jordan Davis. 6'6", 340 pounds, 10 RAS, 101 type athlete. They aren't built like Jordan Davis. We keep them motivated. That's the big thing. That's why I said, for better for worse, he's Albert Haynesworth. I was talking in the chat before I started recording this. Albert Haynesworth, at his peak with the Tennessee Titans, was Aaron Donald level of dominant. He was the best defensive player in the NFL. He was unblockable. That is the ceiling of Jordan Davis. That's what you hope Jordan Davis can be. But then Albert Haynesworth got big-time money with the Washington and literally was like a meme. One of the worst, like $100 trillion contract and was out of the league. Was always out of shape and didn't want to. There's the downside, the risk of Jordan Davis. But as it stands, that is an excellent pick. He was one of my dream picks for Philadelphia if we didn't have to trade up. Like, who was realistically at 15? Jordan Davis was, one, like S tier. We trade up to go get him. We leapfrog the Baltimore Ravens. Very, very happy with this pick. This is an A pick for the Philadelphia Eagles. Hopefully, though, we got a motivated Jordan Davis Very happy with that, though, man. Oh, man, you just imagine the views this would have done if it was Drake London. I was ready. I didn't have anything to throw, so I'd have to manufacture something to throw if this was Drake London. But knowing that I had anxiety that this was going to be Drake London, and we end up with Jordan Davis, it's a good day, man. Very, very happy with that. Let's go. Jordan Davis is a Philadelphia Eagle. We have 18 here. We could look at trading back depending on how the board falls. We could still maybe get Kyle Hamilton. Jermaine Johnson could be there. McDuffie could be there. They could look at Karlaftis at 18. If not, you trade back. You get back some of the picks that you traded to get Jordan Davis at 13. Life is good for the Philadelphia. Might not have been Sauce Gardner. Might not have been trading up for Kayvon Thibodeau. But Jordan Davis, my number 6 player on my big board. That's an awesome pick for Philly. Let's go Eagles. Oh. My phone's blowing up now. Oh, I can't wait. Very happy with that, man. Oh, smash the like button. If you're an Eagles fan, hit that like button if you're happy for Jordan. I want to see if anyone at this point is anyone against that selection, right? Like, you got to assume 14 here is going to be Jermaine Johnson. Is anyone against Jordan Davis? I don't think anyone could be against that pick. That's very good. I mean, if we're being fully open here on the fact that could bust, man. Jordan Davis could bust. He has that potential. I wouldn't bet against it, though. Here, I'm going to try to upload that reaction here. Shit, sorry. Just a sec. I didn't want you guys hearing all my clicks. All right, so pick 14. They go Kyle Hamilton. Would have loved him to fall to Philly at 18. Probably pretty unrealistic that was going to happen. Of course, my draft stream here kind of freezes. But I mean, safety was a need. Maybe not a top-tier need for Baltimore, but it was up there. And the fact that they probably had Kyle Hamilton, and I guarantee some teams didn't write off Kyle Hamilton like kind of like draft community did. That's good value, getting Kyle Hamilton at 14. You would have thought Baltimore might have thought that maybe they'd have to trade up if they were going to try to get Kyle Hamilton. I'll give that an A. Probably trending towards maybe an A-. Don't know if that was the biggest need for Baltimore, but I know I was consistently mocking like a tackle, and Ravens fans hated that. So I think Kyle Hamilton is going to be a big hit for the Ravens fans here. I'll give that pick there an A-. Versatile player, could use him maybe as like a little bit of a hybrid linebacker. Deep safety, has the range, a little bit stiff, but still a very good football player. A little bit annoyed that he wasn't falling to Philly, to be honest with you. Oh, come on with the stream here. All right, my video stream kind of just crashed, so you guys might have to update me on the picks. I hear there was a trade, Hollywood Brown to the Cardinals. Is that what I'm hearing? $23 and $100. Okay, so what are we gonna do here? We gotta trade. 23 is now what? The Ravens? So we gotta go Baltimore 23, and we'll just give them whatever. So that's what the board looks like now, correct? Baltimore's pick 23. Thank you. First round pick for Hollywood Brown. That is certainly a price to pay. Does that not seem like value? Like, I mean, is there any Cardinal fan? That seems like a lot to pay for Hollywood Brown. But again, maybe a more traditional passing offense, the air raid offense, might get a lot more looks Hollywood Brown's way. Seems like a pretty price to pay for a guy that's kind of been a little inconsistent. He's shown legit boom potential, like game-breaking, deep threat, 100-plus yards, gets behind the defense, takes the top off the defense, adds that dimension of pure speed that they don't really have there in Arizona, but still, first rounder, that's a little pricey. 15 was Kenyon Green. Okay. What? That's certainly a selection. All right, it picks 15. The Houston Texans get Kenyon Green. Surprising they would go Kenyon Green over Jermaine Johnson. Or even Malik, a free fall of quarterbacks. I mean, it's a weak quarterback class. Kenyon Green, versatile. I mean, a guy that you could probably get away playing a tackle if you wanted to, but he's most likely going to be an interior lineman. Yeah, I would say not a brutal pick, but given some of the players that are there, if you're in a BPA scenario, which are the Houston Texans, they have a lot of holes. I don't know if Kenyon Green's the best pick at that spot. I'll give that a B-. A B-, trend towards like maybe a C+. Just a weird pick. Not a bad player. Versatile player. Should be solid, high floor type guard. But an interior lineman with some of these other players on the board, maybe a little suspect. How do I feel about that pick? The Jordan Davis selection, well, I have my I was going to actually upload it, but I figure if Philly stays at 18, I might as well just put both the picks in one video reacting to the... But there we go. I got my stream back on. I just missed the Kenyon Green selection, but we're back up here. We got the Commanders. Pick is in. I mean, any Texan fans, what do we got here? What are you saying? Kenyon Green to the Texans. I mean, they probably will get clowned a little bit for the Derek Stingley pick. I really don't hate that pick. Because if you had Derek Stingley ahead of Sauce Gardner, that's fine. And if you did so, that's probably worth a top 5 pick. But gotta question the value there at 15 of getting Kenyon Green. Gotta be honest with you. So, Washington on the board. They're definitely not going to go edge. I think I'd go Malik Wallace here, if I was honestly them. But again, I don't know what's... They took on all of Carson Wentz's contract, right? Man, I got to start some salads here. Salads are being started. We're a little bit late. So I would say Washington at 16, Malik Wallace. They could go McDuffie. They could go Treylon Burks. Could go Andrew Booth. I'm not sure though. Again, I mean, who can 100% predict this free fall of quarterbacks? We're making pretty good time here. They need O-line help. I just still, man, Cardinals trading a first-round pick for Hollywood Brown is not something I thought that was going to happen here today. But it has. I got something off camera here, everybody. Got something off camera here. What? The Eagles are... Okay, we're here. What? Titans are planning to trade A.J. Brown to the Philadelphia Eagles. I assume that's for pick 18, according to Adam Schefter. What? Is this pick gone? Like, do we keep pick 18? Philly just traded for... The Commanders go Jahan Dotson here at 16. Philly just traded for A.J. Brown? What? And I'm not seeing no trade here yet on the old sim here. If we kept 18 and we just got A.J. Brown. Absolute beast. Absolute beast. I would say right now, you gotta view this. You have to view this as you know, we don't know if we're staying 18. Most likely, we're probably giving that up. But would you want A.J. Brown, Treylon Burks, George? I mean, I would love George Pickens. But, I mean, A.J. Brown compared to these guys, you go A.J. Brown. What? We got A.J. Brown? Holy shit. I mean, a little, like, you know, he had some injuries there. But I need to hear the conversation. Does Philly still have 8? There's no way we still have 18. So I'm saying 18 and 101 for A.J. Brown. Holy shit. I mean, wishful thinking. 18 and 118 is gone. So we gotta make that trade here for the old would have loved to stay at 18. So 18 is going to the Titans. We'll just, you know, whatever, round with that one. A.J. Brown. Wow. That's, you know, I gotta have to pay him, right? Isn't there something going on with the contract there for A.J. Brown? They're gonna have to figure that out, Philly. But, I mean, him and Jalen Hurts always working out. Jesus, holy. I mean, that's 1,000. Like, you know, that's A.J. Brown's a beast, dude. I don't even know really. Like, you know, up top, this is kind of taking you back here a little bit. What is happening? Chargers get Zion John. Like, it just really feels like everything else a wet fart here for the remainder of this draft. A.J. Brown and Jordan Davis. Jordan Davis and A.J. Brown just made a tweet. Good job, Howie Roseman. How am I feeling? Again, it comes down... honestly, outside of the fact that we're going to have to pay A.J. Brown, and he's going to want to get his bag. A.J. Brown is an awesome player. Fell in love with him his rookie year because... You got to remember that weird... A.J. Brown was like always kind of considered a first rounder, and then he just really wasn't on draft day. He's been very good for Tennessee. He's been, let's be honest, kind of like Philadelphia. He's been productive in a limited passing offense, which is good for Philadelphia as long as we're still trying to figure out with Jalen Hurts. I will say it's a little... I don't want to say confusing, but A.J. Brown, Jalen Hurts are buddies. They're always posted on social media together. So like it'd be one of those deals where like maybe that's how this trade came to fruition. And if Jalen Hurts doesn't work out and they go with a different quarterback in 2023, are you setting some sort of drama up potentially for the Philadelphia Eagles? Which, you probably lean towards yes, but you have to just genuinely take it at face value that the Eagles want to see if Jalen Hurts can be their guy this year, and you have to go get weapons. And then it comes down to the fact that if you're the Tennessee Titans and you were not going to pay whatever A.J. Brown wanted, you're going to take that gamble. This is Philly taking, if they were going like, we're going best wide receiver at 18. We're going to go Burks, we're going to go George Pickens, whatever. That's the lottery. With A.J. Brown, you're getting a proven commodity. You're getting a guy that's an absolute monster. You're getting a guy that's an absolute game wrecker. I hope he can stay healthy. But A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, that is big business. We're going to be cheesy YouTuber here. Hit that like button if you're hyped for the fact that Philly has left this first round with Jordan Davis and A.J. Brown. It's not what... I'm trying to process this. I mean, how are you guys feeling? I think this is going to go on my reaction. It looks like chat is absolutely... We got heavy Eagles here. We traded 18 and 101. So a first and a third for A.J. Brown with the implication that we have to extend into a contract. So that means Philly still has a second-round pick. We still have 83. So we still have a 2 and a 3. We have a 2 and a 3, and we have 2 first-rounders next year in terms of premium draft capital. I mean, I was hitting the salads, man. Off stream, because I'm a professional. Father of 2. Off stream, off to the side here. Having some salads. Staying healthy. I thought you were trolling for a second. I thought you guys are absolutely trolling for a second. I mean, again, it needs to be stressed. I say this as don't watch a lot of Titans games. No offense, Titans. Kind of a boring team to watch from a neutral standpoint. I have had A.J. Brown on my fantasy teams, and I feel like he's missed some time. That's kind of like if we had to focus on a teeny little ounce of negativity, it's that he's missed some time. But all the other positives, he's a monster, man. He can catch yards after the catch. He's a powerhouse. Has enough speed. He's not going to be the speed guy, though. He's not necessarily going to be the guy taking the top of the defense. You know who that could be? Quez Watkins Hive. Where you at? But you want a guy that's a chain mover. You want a guy that's vicious with the ball in his hands. That is exactly. You want an alpha at wide receiver. You want an absolute dog at wide receiver. That is what A.J. Brown. I don't really know about the run blocking. I'm assuming he's a good run blocker. That is a big thing that Philadelphia likes to value in their wide receivers. But A.J. Brown is a Philadelphia Eagle. I mean, I don't know if there's any Titan fans here. Titan fans sound like they're probably pretty depressed at this point. I literally have a guy who says he's drinking all the beers in his fridge right now. But, I mean, you got to assume here we're doing the live stream. Burks could be on the menu at 18 for Tennessee. Man, Jermaine Johnson's fallen. The quarterbacks are falling. But yards after, A.J. Brown is the end of Jalen Reagor. They're going to have A.J. Brown take over Jalen Reagor's aspect of the offense, and he's going to be infinitely better at that job. So Jordan Davis gets an A. The A.J. Brown trade, obviously we're going to have to see the contract. The contract's very expensive, which these wide receivers are going for a pretty penny. If they pay him like $100 million, I probably will have to say the value and getting a rookie contract wide receiver to A.J. Brown. That will negatively affect it a little bit when you're comparing those two things. But hell of a first round for Philadelphia. I would love to hear what you guys think in the comment section. Chat is bumping off, man. Chat absolutely loves the selection there, the trade. I think it's big business from Howie Roseman. I'm excited. A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert, Quez Watkins-Hyde, the best offensive line in football, one of the best running game, literally the best running game in football last year. All we need is Jalen Hurts not to suck. Holy shit. That's awesome, dude. $4 years, $100 million, 57 guaranteed. It's a big contract. 57 mil guaranteed though for what you get in AJ Brown. I mean, you're gonna see the $100 million. That's massive. But only 57 guaranteed. I don't know what that is if you're comparing that to some of the other big contracts that have kind of popped here this offseason. But goddamn, man. I mean, what does we're probably not going to be able to calm down here for the next couple picks. They're going Treylon Burks, getting a wide receiver right away. They did get Burks. I like Burks, man. I like Burks more than most. But you gotta, I mean, again, that's literally the trade-off. You're the Tennessee Titans. If you know that you're not going to be able to pay A.J. Brown what he wants, you're going to flip paying $100 million, $57 million guaranteed, and you're going to get Treylon Burks, who's an absolute dog, absolute monster, big fan of Trey. I feel like that there's going to be people that are going to view it that way and be like, yeah, at least we got Treylon Burks, man. We got some guy that can, step up and do this. And then you're going to have the other people like, I'd rather just pay A.J. Brown than go with a guy that has some concerns about his route running. So we got pick 18, the A.J. Brown pick. Titans say, no, we don't want A.J. Brown. They bring in Treylon Burks. I think that's kind of the move you got to make. If it was never going to work out with A.J. Brown, you might as well go out and get a legit bona fide wide receiver, first-round caliber wide receiver. I would say if you're comparing them straight up, if it's not, not in a vacuum, you'd probably rather. There's going to be people that go, why don't we just re-sign A.J. Brown? Why do we get Treylon Burks? Now we have a mystery. We have a guy we don't know. It's going to be a thing for someone like A.J. Brown, which is a legitimate, wide receiver one in this league. That's not a bad pick for Tennessee, though. I mean, there's going to be, I don't know. There's going to be some people that are fine with this. There's going to be some people that are doom and gloom. I think it's maybe potentially best case scenario from an ugly situation. I'm going to give that. I would give that probably an A if Burks fell to them at 26. But the fact that you are kind of now going to have to put that pressure on Treylon Burks to step up and replace the production A.J. Brown, that's going to trend probably more towards a B+ there for the Tennessee Titans. Oh, man. Let's go, man. They're comping him here, actually, on the NFL Network. Treylon Burks to A.J. Brown. I mean, I would say the thing that's similar between them would be that they're both, if you're going to classify a wide receiver as a powerhouse wide receiver, you would, they're both that. They're both very physical wide receivers, very strong wide receivers. But, again, you can and can't say, Treylon Burks on a rookie deal to A.J. Brown on a big contract. There's pros and cons to each one of them. If you compare strictly the players, you compare strictly what is going to be on the field next year, I don't think it's particularly close between A.J. Brown and Treylon Burks. But I will say that if I'm Tennessee, if I'm viewing that not as an Eagle fan that's stoked that we just got freaking A.J. Brown, Burks, you could do a lot worse than Treylon Burks. And I think that's a pretty good fit there for that offense. Plus, you're going to be able to have him run gadget plays. It's just, you just have to take a step back. We're stumbling here a little bit because I'm still trying to freaking process this to a degree. If you're Tennessee and you know that it's just like A.J. Brown's not going to be here next year, we're trading him. What do we have to do to replace him? At 18, Burks is absolutely best case scenario. I think that's kind of where you got to go there a little bit. All right, Saints up at 19. Can you guys still see me? I'm literally like trying to make my thumbnail right now in the background for my reaction video. So as long as you guys can still see me, I'm gonna put up the chat. This gotta be Malik Willis, right? And that's good. Bit I would say, as much as you kind of want to clown on the Saints, just a tad, just a little bit for like not crushing the first round the last couple years. If they could just sit at 19. They got their wide receiver. They needed a wide receiver, a tackle, and probably a quarterback this year. You get your wide receiver, and you can still, middle finger to the Steelers and get Malik Willis. Good business, man. Also, are we trading Jalen Reagor? I'm seeing that in chat here. I absolutely agree. Is it time to trade Jalen Reagor? Probably. All right, we got the 19th pick. Trevor Penning. Oh. Oh, no. I mean, you look at the needs for the Saints, and it was tackle and wide receiver, but congrats on the Steelers getting Malik Willis. Pick 19, the New Orleans Saints select Trevor Penning. Chat was thinking it was Malik Willis' season. It looks like that's on the menu for Pittsburgh. I mean, you go into this draft, Penning, tackle, wide receiver. They get Penning and Olave. They're kind of ticking off the boxes, filling the biggest holes on the Saints in this draft. But a lot of people just thought when they made that trade with Philadelphia, it was for a quarterback. They end up getting Penning. B-. It's a guy with some risk, big jump up in competition. People think there could be concerns about penalties and getting flags, but he's probably the best tackle left on the board. Yeah, B-. Who we taking at 51? Hopefully a safety. I would love like Jalen Petrie, Jaquan Brisker, somewhere in that range. All right, just a second here, fellas. I'm making a thumbnail here. Gotta be a greasy YouTuber for a second. Well, my thumbnails suck anyway, so this won't take too long. Plus, it's commercial break anyways, right? We'll just act like this was my assumed salad break. But you guys think it will be Malik Wallace here? I feel like you can't ask for really a better roll of the dice. If you are the Pittsburgh Steelers, you get what you most likely assume is their top quarterback, and they didn't have to do anything. They didn't have to move. But my God, Jordan Davis, not to just make this Eagles only here. Jordan Davis and A.J. Brown. That is certainly something. That is certainly a way that Philly could have handled this draft. I'm very happy. Very, very happy with that, fellas. Good news on the C4 front. Trying to make the quickest thumbnail I've ever made. Man. What do we think? Kenny Pickett? Kenny Pickett, Malik Wallace. That's kind of has to be the trade-off here. I mean, they're not going to go edge, right? You don't need to. McDuffie, potentially, could be the guy. My God, can I get a picture of Jordan Davis holding the Eagles jersey, please? For God's sakes. Why are they not making this pick? Let's go get this pick in. Malik Willis, Kenny Pickett. Chat's thinking he'll go Pickett. The 20th pick. Kenny Pickett? Wow, at 20, the Pittsburgh Steelers, everyone thought this was going to be a quarterback. Everyone thought it was going to be Malik Willis at this point. Kenny Pickett goes ahead of Malik Willis. Pittsburgh has their new quarterback of the future. I had him mocked here, but that was because I had Malik Willis off the board. That is going to be, I hope it works out. I think Kenny Two Gloves is a very fun quarterback, but this is going to be a very polarizing moment for the Pittsburgh Steelers over the next 5 years. Did they make the right call? Big decision to go Kenny Pickett over Malik Willis. That is, I mean, I don't know how you grade that. That is huge. They literally had their choice of the top quarterbacks, and they went kind of off schedule a little bit. Off the, I don't even know how to, I would give a B with upside? I don't know. Where's Malik Willis go then? Tennessee, 26? Holy, Steeler fans in chat, let me know. I mean, I think I did a poll because I was doing a Steelers rebuild, and I was like, Pickett. I wanted to get Pickett. I was like, Pickett or Willis, and everyone, it was overwhelming. It was 4-1. It felt like wanted Malik Willis over Kenny Pickett, and y'all go ahead and get. You know, wow, man. That is certainly something. Love to hear what you guys think, though, man. Like, I there's got to be like some people are just like, well, you know, it was close, or was it not? Was it close? Was it not close? Holy man, I'm sorry. I'm still on this. I'm still on the AJ Brown. Like, I don't know. It's gonna maybe I'm done. Well, not to say I'm done for, but in terms of shocked, in terms of like, oh, I don't think outside. I don't think anything's gonna beat Philly trading for AJ Brown here, fellas. The Patriots just traded down apparently. With Kansas City. Can someone give me the compensation there? What pick just flipped there? But man, where is Malik Willis going? Are the Kansas City Chiefs trading up for Malik Willis? That guy's almost done here. Chiefs get 21. I'm still, if anyone can give me the compensation, haven't seen it yet here. I think they literally just popped it. But if I could just at least figure out this first round, the reaction video is uploaded. You would have just saw it. It's not anything different. I'll probably have something that's outside of this. But now I'm fully focused on finishing out this stream. Actually, I'm gonna consume some salads here. But if anybody can give me what the Chiefs moved down to, I assume it's 29. I will. Let me get these. Let me get this draft order here. Pats get 29. Thank you very much, Envy. So we're gonna go New England, Kansas City. Boom. I mean, I think Kansas. Honestly, if you told me to guess this right now, I think Kansas City is trading up for Jermaine Johnson, and then they're gonna grab a wide receiver at 30. So 2 wide receivers traded to. I mean, obviously, no disrespect to Hollywood Brown, but we got the better Brown. But I'm going to guess 21 here is Jermaine Johnson. They need pass rush help in a big way. Trent McDuffie. I will say it's a little surprising to trade up for Trent. Man, Jermaine Johnson following. I mean, people aren't buying the lack of pass rush win rate and how stiff he is. All right, we got pick 21. The Kansas City Chiefs have traded up with the New England Patriots to get Trent. I thought this was for sure for Jermaine Johnson, or maybe they loved a wide receiver. Maybe they loved George Pickens here or something like that. And they get Trent McDuffie, who's, again, kind of a polarizing corner, but if you can believe that he can play on the outside, that's a position of need. I was having them getting, Andrew Booth type guys, Kyrie Elam. Trent McDuffie is, on some people's boards, considered the top corner in this year's draft class. So I don't know off the top of the head right now the compensation for the Chiefs to go out and be aggressive to get Trent McDuffie, but as far as landing the player, I'll give that, honestly, I'll give that an A. I'll give that A trending towards an A- for the, not a lot of bad picks here, man. That's good business there from the Kansas City Chiefs. Man. Chiefs got first. They got 21. Patriots got 29, a third, and a fourth. And, that's kind of what Philly traded to move up. Jesus. All right, so now we got Green Bay. In my mock draft, I believe this is where I had them go George Pickens, and I don't think there's a person in this draft community that is as high on George Pickens as I am. And that's disgusting because I'm a Florida Gator fan and I despise all things Georgia. George Pickens has the potential, the ceiling to be a superstar. I had him mocked here. Green Bay brought him in for an official visit. They're doing their homework. They're doing their due diligence. And you look at Kansas City at 30. They're still going to be in play. I think the sneaky wide receiver for them. I had them going Jahan Dotson. He's off the board to Commanders. Christian Watson, North Dakota State. They brought him in for a visit. They did their homework. They might want to try to gamble on the height, weight, speed, and upside that Christian Watson has. But Green Bay going wide out, man. I hope it's George Pickens, man. I like George Pickens. If he's not going to Philly, I just because I think I've committed so much to George Pickens that, if he goes and becomes the new superstar for Green Bay, it kind of solidifies my opinion on him. So I kind of hope for that. George Pickens there goes to Green Bay. Holy shit, Philly got Green Bay. So, 22, I think, it could be Jermaine Johnson. They need edge help, right? That's been a kind of a pop, but then they brought everyone back. I'm saying George Pickens is where I would go. I'm really not sure where they could go elsewhere. I mean, at this point, I think Green Bay's going to explode if they don't get a wide receiver. So, like, don't go wide receiver. Looking at the board, like Devontae Wyatt as a defensive end there, potentially. Again, I just don't think they'd go Jermaine Johnson. They just paid Devondre Campbell. They probably don't need a linebacker. Their corners are Dax Hill, maybe? Let's see. Packers selection is in. Pick 22. Green Bay selects. Quay Walker. What? So, okay, we're here, Green Bay. Quay Walker. Good football player. What? I was very certain this was going to be a Georgia. They just paid Devondre Campbell. I mean, you need 2 linebackers, but that is, I can't give it an F because Quay Walker is very good. I think he's, like right out there, potential to maybe be the best linebacker of this class. Player's good. Good player. Can't give him enough of respect for the player. But for Green Bay, sure, the wide receiver. George Pickens. D for Quay Walker. And that's just because, and that's only reason why it's not an F is because I do think Quay Walker's a very good football player. Wow. Sorry, Packer fans. That is... And it looks... What? The Minnesota Vikings have traded? Oh, no. Okay. The Vikings... What? The Bills have traded up. I'm going to need the compensation. As always, you guys have been crushing on the compensation standpoint. But who's Buffalo trading up for? It's not going to be pass rusher. Buffalo would be... Who would Buffalo trade up for? Andrew Booth? Corner? I mean... Compensation, fellas, if anyone can give it, is it just 25, 23 for the first rounder? If I get confirmation on that, I'll make it happen. But I just don't... I don't know why the Bills would move up here. People are saying Booth, Baltimore at 25. Thank you. So we'll go Buffalo. And we'll go Baltimore, 25, 23. Again, you just like look like when you trade up, especially like that kind of spot. You figure it's like because someone dropped. This is a confusing one. Like I mean, Jermaine Johnson, is the guy that's technically dropping, but Bills aren't going to go. I don't think edge rusher. So if they're looking corner, I had them going Andrew Booth. You all know how I feel about Kyler Elam. I have Kyler Elam as very highly graded player. What do I have him at on my big board? 18? 19? It's Gator Bucks. I'm higher on Kyler Elam as most. I think he has the upside to be an island corner. Could be Kyler Elam. If they're going corner, if you told me if I'm Buffalo, if I was in the driver's seat, I was going corner, it'd be Kyler Elam. But trading up, like, are you worried Dallas or Dallas was going to get him? Like, what's the worry if you're getting Kyler? I don't think you'd have to worry about Kyler not being there at 25 or even Andrew Booth for that instance. So I'll be interested to see who they go. Chat is thinking it is going to be Kyler Elam. I don't know if that's spoilers or not, but if it is Elam, you already know. Gator bias, it's a good pick. Fucking Philly got AJ Brown. I don't think Buffalo's trading up for a running back, but I think Breece Hall would be a great pick, great fit. All right, the pick is in for Buffalo. Thinking Dallas is getting Jermaine Johnson. That'd be a little annoying. I mean, I do think there's a reason why Johnson is falling, but Johnson pans out. But again, hey, Philly, you get the Commanders. They've had Chase Young, Montez Sweat, and it's not like they absolutely ruined the Philadelphia Eagles. So Jermaine Johnson and Micah Parsons, same kind of deal. Good edge rushers. You counter good edge rushers. You have a good offensive line. That's what Philly got. But that's a little annoying, I guess. If Jermaine Johnson does fall to Dallas, but I mean Jermaine Johnson does have the red flag, so. Dallas is looking for guys with red flags. They'll be looking at Devontae Wyatt for sure. Oh, my God. A.J. Brown, let's go. A.J. Brown. Maybe Devin Lloyd. Devin Lloyd, Tremaine Edmonds, Matt Milano. That's pretty good linebacking core too. Yeah, you're right. All right, now I'm done working. I'm gonna this salad's gonna be consumed here. Green Bay fans, how you doing? Again, I can't stress enough. Quay Walker, you got a very good football player. You got a linebacker that's 6'3", 240. You got a linebacker that if you were playing Madden, you would want Quay Walker. He'd be the guy you draft because he was 6'3", 2 whatever, and ran as fast as any other smaller linebackers. But Green Bay, why? What are you doing? Someone check in on the franchise guy. He's probably disgusted right now. Buffalo Bills select Kyrie Elam. Let's go. Gator bias aside, I'm a Kyrie Elam stan. I've been pounding the table for him. People are dogging him. I had him. I will say this. I think Andrew Booth is a fine corner too, but I had every day of the week Kyrie Elam ahead of Andrew Booth. McDuffie, pump Elam up there just a little bit. McDuffie's safer. Kyrie Elam, higher ceiling. So you're kind of... I've kind of adopted Buffalo a little bit, like as my AFC team that I'm just rooting for now. I'm fully hitched on the bandwagon. So now viewing this as a little bit, it's like I want the Bills to do good next year. The Bills are going to be the team that I root for in the AFC. Getting Kyrie Elam, that's as good of a pick as you can get. I don't know, again, did they think Dallas was going to get Kyrie Elam? Like, what's the idea of trading up there? I feel like you probably could have got him. But here, let me get this. So I'm probably going to repeat myself here a little bit. The Buffalo Bills at 23 select Kyrie Elam, corner out of Florida. Gator bias, full effect. So stoked. Kyrie Elam, very good. Well, I think, if you're ranking the corners in this year's draft class in terms of their ceiling, in terms of their upside, I think he was third corner in this class all day long after Stingley and Sauce Gardner. Kyrie Elam, very good. Play on the other side of Trey White. You got Teron Johnson in the slot. It's a very good secondary. Man, I like the Bills. I've kind of adopted the Bills a little bit as my AFC team. Very happy that we get to see a Florida Gator go there. I think Sean McDermott's going to get the best out of them. Kyrie Elam to Buffalo, I'm giving that an A. I'm not doing anything. Man, imagine if Philly gets a linebacker. Imagine if we get N'Kobe Dean at 51 or something like that. That'd be crazy. All right, so we got Dallas up here at 24. I think, Jermaine Johnson would value pick, a BPA type thing for Dallas. Might not be the biggest need. I got some Cowboy fans in chat saying O-line is where you might want to go a little bit. All right, we're up over 300 viewers. If you guys are just stopping in for the first time, just hit that thumbs up, hit that like button there. Helps with the stream. Maybe we'll help with the VOD. I don't know. It's been a minute since I've streamed here on YouTube, but we're getting actually close to 10K views on this stream. That's awesome. Definitely exceeded. I literally, when I came on, I was like, it might be pretty good, but I was expecting maybe like 50 people would hang out here. And I very much appreciate all you guys coming to chill out. We got to see, obviously, the insane draft, but filling in A.J. Brown, which is dope. And now we have the Dallas Cowboys. And as much as it pains me to say, I do think, and I do kind of side of the fact, Dallas has drafted fairly well over the last couple of years. They've gotten players that I like, the players that I graded well. They've been going to Dallas, so we'll see. Doing a stretch here. Who do they go O-line? They're going O-line. What are they going to do? Linderbaum? They can go Linderbaum. That's probably where you go, man. Linderbaum. Devontae Wyatt would be a meme because of the off-the-field red flag. Karlaftis? They could go Karlaftis. I mean, if Jermaine Johnson's free fall is there, is legit, it's real, and we're watching it happen, even though I did have, I had Jermaine Johnson around this range in my mock. I mean, Daniel Jeremiah, all these sites have him pretty high. I think I had Jermaine Johnson in the 20s, low 20s. But I'm going to assume they just follow their board here and go Jermaine Johnson or Karlaftis. Could be Linderbaum. I know it's legal here, but I don't know if it's legal everywhere. I don't know YouTube's terms and services, so I'm just doing stretches for anyone that wanted to know. All right, we're cooking here now, baby. What's going on, chat? Again, cheesy YouTuber thing. First time stopping here, man. Thumbs up would be very much appreciated. We just went over 8,500 views on the stream. I love each and every one of you. Thanks for hanging out. And you know what? I don't know if I literally cut off here a little bit, but again, I was just like, how many people are going to talk? I was like, it could be a couple hundred. Could also be like 50, and I would still be good. But I think with this response, I think I'm going to stream tomorrow night too. You guys want to do that? You want to hang out? You want to chill? And we'll do this exact same setup for the second and third round tomorrow night. If you want to see that, just give me a thumbs up. Let's go. Let's see. Got some questions here, man. What do you think about the Lions trading up for Williams? I would say a little surprising, but get speed kills. Speed's a priority. Speed is something that's heavily valued in today's NFL. And I get it. I would say I get it, and I think it's a good player. They got a good player. I don't know, if we're going to really devolve into like the value and the compensation, what they trade to move up, if it was worth it. I don't really want to go down that road. I just want to say the Lions ended up this draft. They're going to end tonight with Jameson Williams on their roster, and that's good business. They got the speed at the wide receiver spot. All right, dudes, yeah, we'll do it here, man. We'll do the stream tomorrow night. Lettuce is soft, man. This actually isn't the best. I have something called a PAX. I don't know if you guys know what the PAX is, but father of two. You don't just want a bong chilling out. So we got a PAX. It's like a small. This thing here, it's a battery. It's a battery charger. If you don't want to know, but it's so easy to conceal. I got it in Eagles colors. I gotta clean it though, pretty bad. All right, we got Dallas. They're going Tyler Smith out of Tulsa. I mean, he is, the next rated tackle here. I mean, you're gambling on the upside. All right, let's go live here. Dallas at 24. When we were just like, man, are they gonna have Jermaine Johnson fall into the lap? Are they gonna do something? Devontae Wyatt, pick the guy with the red flag. They go Tyler Smith out of Tulsa. Now, I had Tyler Smith as a first rounder. Not, that's not consensus amongst a lot of people, but he was the next rated tackle. From our chat here, live stream, did seem like Dallas Cowboy fans were kind of hoping they were going in the direction of offensive line. Gotta question the value there a little bit. But again, you don't know. Maybe Baltimore was looking at tackle. Tennessee could be looking at tackle. Bengals could have looked at Tyler Smith potentially. But I like Tyler Smith. I think I had him as my 4th tackle in this year's draft class. Shout out to all the Patrons that subscribe to that. So again, it's kind of in a way, kind of like Green Bay to a certain extent, where it's like you question the value at that pick. But he's a solid player. I'll give that like a low B trending towards a B- for Dallas, but not a bad player. High upside lineman, and that O-line needs to get better. You gotta find your replacement for Lael Collins, right? So Baltimore traded back into the first round. No, they didn't. Yes, they did. Baltimore trading. I mean, they need a wide receiver. Pickens? Pickens would be cool. Jermaine Johnson? That would be that. There's obviously now a reason why Jermaine Johnson is falling a little bit. The stiffness, you look at the nerd analytics, like pass rush, win rate, and all that stuff. He was like kind of testing out as like the worst, even though he had uber production for Florida State last year. But you would have to just say that if Baltimore can finish this with Kyle Hamilton at 14 and Jermaine Johnson at 25, you gamble that like the Ravens made the right call. Those are both going to be good hits for them. That's a lot of talent. That's a lot of top-tier first-round talent that Baltimore's going to be leaving today with if they do decide to go Jermaine Johnson. I mean, could they go Devin Lloyd? Like, it sounds like from these, kind of watching Twitter a little bit, maybe Patrick Queen's not the hottest linebacker guy right now. So maybe they look at Devin Lloyd as coming in potentially. They could go Karlaftis. If Jermaine Johnson's free fall is continuing, Karlaftis at 25 is not bad value. Devontae Wyatt, they could Kobe Dean. I'm not overly sure unless they're going like my money would say for Baltimore, Johnson or Karlaftis. How do I feel with the AJ Brown? Ethan, I uploaded my live reaction. It's in a separate video, but I mean, long story short, completely unexpected. Still digesting it. Like I'll probably have to make like a video tomorrow, just like once I collect myself and try to like. Overall, but obviously it's just initial reaction, and it's very happy with him. I'm not 10 out of 10 can't miss home run. There has been some availability concerns with AJ Brown. We just gave him massive money, so he needs to be available for the amount of money that we just paid for him. But the player itself, again, if AJ Brown was in this year's draft class, he'd probably be wide receiver 1. Like let's be completely honest. If you put it that way, and he's younger, right? So, like, if he technically was like a 24-year-old wide receiver in this draft class, yeah, I would say the Falcons here would have taken AJ Brown over Drake London. So, very happy with him, man. I hope he balls out. Devontae Smith, Drake, AJ Brown, it's all good players. So we have Baltimore at 25. Seems chat is very convinced that this is going the direction of Jermaine Johnson. I think that's where I would go. Man, what's Tennessee doing at 26? They're going to go to wide receiver again. At least there's no really crazy free fall, right? Like Malik Wallace to a degree. Where's that? That's probably the next big question, honestly. I mean, Jermaine Johnson, again, for me, I had him in the 20s on my big board. I thought he was a little overrated. But like everyone else that's kind of left is like, yeah, they were expected to be late first rounders. Who is getting Malik Wallace? Like, it's not going to be one of these teams, right? Someone's going to, could it be Minnesota? Because that's the pick right there. Once we get down here, if no one's traded, Minnesota's going to be saying, who wants Malik Wallace? Who wants to pull what the Baltimore Ravens did with Lamar Jackson, where Baltimore traded with Philly, so that you get that fifth-year option. It's going to be very important, like 100%. Malik Wallace, if he doesn't go here, is going at pick 32. I can almost guarantee it because you want that fifth-year option. You think Tampa goes Malik? That would actually be kind of crazy. I think that would be the last little bit of chaos that we need here tonight, is Tampa Bay going Malik Willis. But, I mean, they went second. What was Kyle Trask, a second-rounder? I don't think they give up. No disrespect, Florida Gator bias in saying this. No disrespect. But you probably consider not giving up on Kyle Trask just yet. But also, I mean, you say C4. You're starting a Madden franchise. And you got Malik Willis or Kyle Trask. Who am I picking to start my franchise with? As much as I love Kyle Trask, I'm taking Malik Willis 100% of the time. So Tampa could. Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a weird fit. Like, that's good. Like, sometimes it's kind of boring at the end of the draft. I think this is going to be a weird, trending towards like an exciting weird for how this ends, because you got Malik Willis. Is someone going to just, again, like all these teams call him, like Ritter first, Corral, had some first round buzz. Let's see, man. I think this one, 25, I'm going to guess Jermaine Johnson or Karlaftis with an outside chance, Andrew Booth. Yeah, because doesn't Marlon Humphrey plays a lot in the slot, right? So you have Marcus Peters on the outside, Humphrey in the slot. You go Booth on the other outside. That'd be pretty good. But I think Jermaine Johnson, freak athlete with Oweh on the other side, long term for Baltimore, kind of scary. There you go, Linderbaum, the center. Again, you know. All right, pick 25. The Ravens traded back up in the first round to get Tyler Linderbaum out of Iowa, a.k.a. Jason Kelce regen. It's the Ravens. They don't make bad picks. I had Linderbaum as a top 10 talent in this year's draft, but I expect him to kind of fall late first round because, you know, he's primarily right now an undersized blocking, like run blocking center. But run blocking center going to Baltimore is pretty goddamn valuable. I think that's an outstanding pick for the Baltimore Ravens. Might not be the sexy pick. Easy A for me all day. Even if he's like half of what Jason Kelce is, that's an outstanding pick for the Baltimore Ravens. Wow. Jermaine, like, is Tennessee gonna go Jermaine Johnson? Tennessee could go. Oh, the Jets moved up. Again, looking for compensation. Anytime there's a trade, you guys are loving it. Let me know. So the Jets are trading up for Jermaine Johnson. So how, if Jets get Jermaine Johnson here? I would say that if anyone can, I assume the Jets are now out of the first round, so we'll just make that trade. We'll just do that. We'll make that trade. Get it out of here. So we got some Andrew Booths in chat. We have some Jermaine. I just think if you're the Jets and you get Jermaine Johnson at edge, and you get Jermaine Johnson, who not necessarily my board, but like, you know, again, people that are a lot more smarter than me when it comes to scouting. I mean, you know, Daniel Jeremiah had Jermaine Johnson around this range too. Some people thought that Jermaine Johnson technically could be a pick. I've seen mock drafts where Jermaine Johnson was going at 4. So if the Jets end up with Sauce Gardner, corner 1, Garrett Wilson, wide receiver 1, and then Jermaine Johnson, who is as high as like edge 3 in a very strong defensive end class, that's a Joe Douglas masterclass there. I think they got to go Jermaine Johnson here. Carl Lawson, Quinnen Williams, Jermaine Johnson on that D-line. You got Sauce Gardner on the back end. I mean, the Jets are built. It's slow burn. It's a slow burn. Still have to, you know, prove and see a little bit more of Zach Wilson there. But the Jets are accumulating talent. Like, that's going to be... I can't say right now. It's still way too far in advance. Jets could be a contender for the Madden 23 franchise. I haven't really even thought about that a little bit. But Jets, with these picks, could be could be our Madden 22 team. Or Madden 23 team. The more like I just saw you Daniel Jeremiah talk about. I mean, the more the Jets are like, they just got a lot of talent on that roster. If I would just say this, if the Jets can like rectify everything and get Mekhi Becton healthy and he can plug and play him, he's your tackle. You got Zach Wilson with upside, Michael Carter, Elijah, maybe some questions at wide receiver. But then with what they had in Elijah Moore, but you got Elijah Moore, who should be a good slot. Corey Davis, Garrett Wilson on the other side, Becton, Elijah Vera Tucker on the offensive line, Quinnen Williams, maybe Jermaine Johnson, Carl Lawson on the D line. You just got Sauce Gardner. Let's see what they got. Jermaine Easy. Pick 26, the Jets get Jermaine Johnson. They won the draft. They won I was lower on Jermaine Johnson than some. I think I had him in 20s on my big board. I'm not surprised that he fell, but the fact that like there was legitimate talk that like they could get Jermaine Johnson at 10. I saw a couple mock drafts that had Jermaine Johnson at 4. So the fact that they left this draft with Sauce Gardner, who's corner 1, Garrett Wilson, who's wide receiver 1, and then you get Jermaine Johnson, who's like kind of, if you're going by consensus, edge 3 in this year's draft class. That's a masterclass from the Jets. I'll say what in this video. I'm giving that an A. Jets might be my Madden 23 team at this point. They just might. Even though I don't know if I want to play Zach Wilson again, they just might. Great job, Joe Douglas, masterclass. So the Jags have traded up. So we're going to give the Jags this first round pick. Who are they? I don't even know. Let me see here. Jacksonville, Tampa Bay, 27. I don't know who they're... Dax Hill? Could be Booth. Could be Scene. I hope they draft a quarterback and then Philly can trade for Doug Pearson, throws Philly a bone, and gets the Eagles Trevor Lawrence. I'm not going to manifest that, but Jesus. The Jets. Hey, you know what? Philly got A.J. Brown, baby. Oh, man. Okay, what do we got? Lloyd, they lost Miles Jack. But didn't they bring in linebackers? They brought in... let's see. Jaguars depth chart. They got Olakun. I mean, yeah, you put Devin Lloyd there. You can go Olakun at the Mike, Devin Lloyd at the Will, and then you got, Chasson is like the Sam pass rusher linebacker. Kind of like how Philly's going to use Hassan Riddick. Man, any Jet fans here? Any Jet fans here? Because shout out Jermaine Johnson, Last Chance You. I remember he was on there. I remember he was like the stud. Like I heard about him before. Like he was the only guy that I kind of knew on that team, and they didn't really they didn't focus on him a whole lot, which is kind of a bummer because I was like, he's clearly the superstar. But Jacksonville is traded, and their pick is in. I think the Jets won the first round. As much as it pays to say, I think the Giants did very well. But I'm going to be incredibly biased and say Philly in the first round got Jordan Davis and A.J. Brown. I'm putting Philly right in the conversation. I don't think there's a lot of losers. I thought a lot of those picks were good. Biggest winner is Drake London going to the Falcons for me personally. But I know that I feel like this Derek Stingley pick's going to be highly criticized. I don't think that was that bad. I'm not going to shit talk this one because it makes me happy to be a Eagles fan. Olave might be surprising going ahead of Jameson Williams. Kenyon Green to Houston, maybe that's a little surprising. Trevor Penning to the Saints, slightly surprising in terms of value. Kenny Pickett going over Malik Wallace, kind of surprising. Again, that's probably the worst pick of the first round, you would think, in relation to their needs. But again, it's one of those things where looking at the wide receivers, knowing that Green Bay had to go for the fan base, to appease the fan base, wide receiver at 22, the wide receiver they would have got at 22 would have been one of these guys that's still likely there at 28. So I think before you absolutely destroy the Packers here, if they got, if Christian Watson's their guy, George Pickens their guy at 22, and then at 28 they got Quay Walker, how are we going to grade that Quay Walker selection? You know what I'm saying? So at 22, not knowing if they do get their wide receiver at 28, you kind of have to just look at that as like, damn, that's a weird pick. Good player, weird pick. But if at the end of the day they grab whatever wide receiver we would assume they would have got at 22, you probably grade this Quay Walker one a little bit more favorable. So let's wait and see. But we have the Jags here at 27. I'm not Devin Lloyd. Devin Lloyd. Devin Lloyd, Booth. Like, what's their safety situation? They could grab one of these safeties. I don't know. I don't think I could tell you the starting safeties on the Jags right now. It's too long in the night. Let's look at it. Let's take a look at it here. What do they got at safeties? I'm going to assume no one that great. Current starting safeties, Rayshawn Jenkins, Andrew Vingard. They got Andre Sisco, who was a third-round pick last year. Ball hawk out of Syracuse. Could absolutely go safety, though. Someone like Dax Hill gives you that versatility for sure. But kind of looking at who's left, I'd say Devin Lloyd would be the value pick here for Jacksonville. But again, it goes to what's going on? Like, why would you get rid of Miles? I still don't know why they got rid of Miles Jack. I don't think, for whatever, obviously he had his money, got his paid, and maybe he wasn't living up to the contract, but you could do a lot worse than Miles Jack. And look at their linebackers right now as it stands. You have a lot worse than Miles Jack. So I would say Devin Lloyd's probably the best pick here. I think it looks like, I'm not expecting any Jaguars fans to be in chats. There's not many of you. But I assume that's probably the guy Jacksonville would be wanting here to trade up. But it's still weird trading up for a linebacker. But Devin Lloyd's bona fide first rounder. Look at it. Okay, let's go. Man, at the end of this video, though, fellas, at the end of the stream, we're going to talk about it. Because if we're streaming tomorrow, Philly got 2 picks. We still got a second rounder, 51. We have a third rounder, 83. So we still got a couple picks for the Eagles. Talk about some guys I think we should get. Obviously, the guys that might have fallen in the first round, Malik Wallace free fall is continuing, even though I'm almost for sure someone's going to trade up and get him at 32. Who trades up and gets him at 32? That's what, we kind of talked about that a little bit. I wasn't fully paying attention to chat when I said that. Detroit could trade up. I think honestly, the Giants could trade up. It wouldn't be terrible to have an insurance policy. The Falcons could trade up. The Seahawks could trade up. Commanders could trade up. Saints could trade back up, I guess, if they wanted to. I don't know, man. All right, 27 for Jacksonville to pair with Trayvon Walker. Devin Lloyd. And at pick 27, the Jaguars trade back up into the first round, and they get Devin Lloyd, the linebacker from Utah. Bonafide first rounder in this year's draft class. Sure, there's a little bit of speed concerns. I mean, when he ran it, that was disappointing. But, literally, you look at what he brought to the Utah defense. He's just absolute playmaker. And, obviously, the Jacksonville Jaguars decided to move on from Miles Jack. Then you look at their linebacking core after that. You got Olakun coming over from the Falcons in free agency. You got maybe Shea Song to be the Sam pass rusher. But someone like Devin Lloyd really comes in. And, Olakun's probably going to be the replacement for Miles Jack stylistically. Devin Lloyd's going to be his own thing. I mean, that's a good value pick for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Absolutely. Yeah, get it. It's everybody's getting an A. C4's in a good mood because Philly didn't get Drake London. But I think he kind of had to give that an A for Jacksonville. Oh, man, I definitely need some water here, fellas. But the Green Bay Packers are on the clock here at 20. Yeah, I gotta get something to drink here. Just a second here, dudes. Uno momento.
Adjustment. And Devin Lloyd's going to Jacksonville.
Yeah, we're going to show you the plays here. Fred Warner is the comparison for me in terms of that range and length that he has. His ability to rush and cover. He's a unique player off the ball for Utah. He's very physical in the hole. We talk about stopping power. That's what we reference. He gets his pads on you, you go down. As a Sam linebacker, he can play in space. He's very comfortable out there. He's got outstanding instincts. Here's his ability to chase on the backside. This guy's motor never slows down. And in the passing game, he's done this a bunch. Jump in lanes, use those long arms, and show you the athleticism. How about that one-handed interception? And sorry, Coach, again, I apologize for this one.
What are you doing with these
Pick six. I didn't purposely choose the Stanford highlights.
To be fair, there are probably about 10 plays that you could have put from our game. Where he was, oh, wow, look at that lift.
Extension.
My gosh.
Does that remind, was it Danny Shelton? Remember the Danny Shelton lift? Very similar.
Look at that right there. That's a very impressive maneuver right there. Devin Lloyd, welcome to the NFL. Listen to him.
That was pretty impressive. And Devin Lloyd said, is that your mom right down there?
That's my auntie.
Oh, that's so great. He's waving to people in the crowd.
All right, let's go. We back. Man, Devin Lloyd, I think that's a really good pick there for Jacksonville. That's one thing. I think I'm gonna look back while I'm editing this, and I'm gonna see a lot of A's, a lot of good mood C4A. Not trying to get spicy take, not trying to dog team. I just think it's not a lot of teams here are going to be irate with their selections. But we got Green Bay, 28. George Pickens is still there. Be like that, you got one Georgia guy. Get the next Georgia. Actually, I don't hope this happens though, because I would love Philly to double dip. Even though I love Quez Watkins, if Philly can leave this draft with Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown, and George Pickens as our wide receivers, Jalen Hurts might just end up being our franchise quarterback because of the talent we got there. I also have an outrageously sized thing of water because my voice is going. I don't know if I'm doing this again tomorrow night. Shout out to you guys. Absolutely going to be doing it again, man. I'm shocked how many people are chilling and hanging out with me here. You protect the old voice here. Eagles going to trade up for Dean. Not the first round, though. I would not trade up in the first round. I think Dean's going to fall there. So again, still it's all about, I think, to end this draft, Malik Wallace. What, where, who, why, how. The Green Bay Packers pick is in at 28. Again, kind of pulling, even though I'm not. I'm kind of, but I'm not. Because I think George Pickens would be awesome. Big Wit, Andrew Whitworth, Walter Payton Man of the Year. And what's it with Walter Payton Man of the Year retiring? Didn't he retire? Chris Long retired right after he won it. So Green Bay at 28. Do they go again? George Pickens. They could go Karlaftis. They could go Dax Hill. They could grab another linebacker for some reason. Just come on, man. Get George Pickens. Unless Green Bay's going to find a way to trade for Debo. He's not going to be as expensive as Devontae Adams. So maybe that's something that you do. Let's see it. And the pack is in for the Packers. Just make the pick, though, man. Come on. You don't need to do the PR for nationwide insurance here before you make the Packers selection here. Devontae Wyatt? That's what people are kind of saying. That would... why do if they don't go wide out here at 28, why do they enjoy pissing Aaron Rodgers off? Thoughts on Kyle Phillips? Did you say one of the top slots in this year's draft class? Pure slots. If you're looking at Sky Moore, you get Sky Moore, John Mechie in the slot, David Bell's probably going to be a slot, Wan'Dale Robinson slot, Khalil Shakir a slot. Kyle Phillips goes right in that conversation. You can also probably throw in Slade Bolden way down here. Where is he even on this list? Way down there. He's getting drafted. Let's see. Green Bay gets at 28. Devontae Wyatt. And at pick 28, Green Bay helps out Aaron Rodgers by selecting Devontae Wyatt. Very talented D-tackle, would be probably a defensive end in their scheme. If the off the field wasn't there, this is a good player going to a team that probably wants to get better at 3-4 defensive end. It's just not the wide receiver that they just, even from a morale standpoint, you had to get here, man. George Pickens at 28 was a smart pick. Devontae Wyatt, red flags. Good player, though. I treat this the exact same that I treat 22 for Quay Walker. It's a good player, probably going to be a good fit for Green Bay. It's just not the pick the fans want it. It's probably not the pick they want, especially now, is if when he goes to the second round, what if this wide receiver market, some of these top guys gets depleted, and you say Green Bay is trying to replace Devontae Adams with Jalen Tolbert, for an example. And no disrespect, Tolbert's a good player. But still, that's a weird pick, man. I'd give that like a C. Like a C plus, somewhere in that range, because Devontae White's a very good player, but the off the field, if the Green Bay Packers needs, it's a weird pick. Man, I feel bad. I think a lot of Bears, a lot of Vikings fans, a lot of Lions fans, very happy right now, kind of laughing at what Green Bay's doing. Again, might not be all doom and gloom if Green Bay can find a way to trade up in the second and get a more Pickens Watson. Like, those are probably like the next bubble of like three. If you're Green Bay, you're probably hoping for one of these three at 28. They still could probably find a way to get them in the second round, which is, at least it gives you a little bit of hope. Like, tonight's going to be, you're probably pretty pissed off, but you still have a little bit of hope, because I don't, maybe one of those wideouts go here to 30. You're still going to have, two guys that they still can find a way to get in the second round if they really want to. So, and I'm pretty sure Aaron Rodgers is probably making a couple calls right now, being like, "Are you fucking kidding me? Get me a." So we have the Patriots here at 29. Probably Booth, right? Got to be Booth. I think that'd be a good actual pick there. Good value. If they don't, I don't know who else they could go. Linebacker. Jacoby Dean does seem like a Bill Belichick guy. Why didn't the Colts or the Raiders trade back in the first round yet? Because they're probably pretty good with where they're at. Oh, man, I will say, though, I'm a little... It feels like the last couple of years, the drafts for the Packers have been fairly frustrating. So I feel for you guys, man. We went through that with Philly, in particular. Philly's had some success, right? We got the Super Bowl, but also in recent memory, draft night has not been a very fun night for me as an Eagle fan for the majority of like the last 5, 6, 7 years. So I get it. I know how you feel right now, and it sucks. But again, I'd still say until they're not there, there's a chance that whatever wide receiver would have been a reach, whatever way you want to call it, consolation to grab that wide out at 28. It looks like you might have a chance if you really want to go get them in the second round. So it's not all doom and gloom. They could end this draft with a Watson, with a Pickens, with a Sky Moore, or whomever you might be hoping for. You would have hoped for at that pick 28. Patriots drafted Cole Strange. There's no way they drafted Cole Strange. That's going to be the worst pick of the first round. Cole Strange is like UDFA, and then like crushed all the offseason stuff. So then he's like third rounder, early third maybe. I'm not buying that. That must be a troll. There's no way they drafted Cole Strange at 20. They drafted Cole Strange at 29. Bill Belichick's he's senile. You need. There's no way. Even though I just made a little tweet about that. There's no way. There's no way that that's who this is. Karlaftis on the board, Nakobe Dean on the board, Andrew Booth in particular on the board. The McCourties aren't getting any younger. Daxton Hill could do a lot of things for that Patriots defense. I don't believe it. Till I see this pop up on my screen, You're not telling me they drafted Cole Strange to replace Shaq Mason at pick 29. That's a strange pick. And at pick 29, the Patriots select Cole Strange, guard from Chattanooga. So they traded away Shaq Mason for a 5th-round pick, and they drafted a 3rd-round riser. I mean, he was a riser, right? He a very good athlete, fit all the measurables. They drafted a 3rd-round, like a solid 3rd-rounder at pick 29 in the 1st round. Now, Patriots know what they're doing when it comes to offensive linemen. That's an F. That's an absolute, it's not an F from the standpoint that Cole Strange is a terrible player. It's an F because there's no value there. That is the worst value without a shadow of a doubt in this 1st round. All right, we got the Chiefs back on the clock. Could go Watson. They get Karlaftis. It's a legit 1st-rounder, man. Pick 30 after this. That's a cheap. I'm a father of 2 pun right there. A strange pick at 29. Kansas City gets George Karlaftis, edge rusher, like a legitimate 1st-round caliber edge rusher out of Purdue. Might be more in that Aiden Hutchinson high floor, low ceiling type role. But also, he didn't have a whole lot of production in Purdue, so you are gambling that there is that ceiling there. Not a bad pick here. Kansas City ends up with their 2 1st-rounders, getting George Karlaftis, Trent McDuffie, not the wide receiver some people were expecting. Probably the board didn't fall the way that they were hoping. But they're getting 2 big. That's low-key, pretty good. I think George Karlaftis at 30... just because I don't want to just keep giving it. I'll give it an A- because of the fact that they didn't get that wide receiver. But that's a very good value pick at a position of need for Kansas City. A-. Oh, man. All right, we got the Cincinnati Bengals up on the clock here at 31. Booth? You can go Booth. There's not really much there on the offensive line, I don't think. I would say Booth. I don't really know. I think that's the pick. Booth, that's the only thing I can really kind of make sense of. Holy shit. How pumped are you? I just turned in Matrix. I'm very happy with Philadelphia, man. Let's be honest. Things got a little sketchy when we saw, at the top end here of the 1st round, we saw Sauce and Thibodeau go when there was rumors Philly would trade up to the 6th spot. So it started a little uneasy. But then Drake London went in 8, and it kind of broke back even. And then we traded up to get Jordan Davis ahead of the Ravens, which was very good. And then the Ravens got Kyle Hamilton, which was a little bit of a bummer. We were sitting there at 18. I was kind of hoping best case scenario if we don't trade out at 18 is that Kyle Hamilton would fall there. He did not fall there. So we got A.J. Brown. and that's awesome. Now I don't know what salary cap. I still haven't fully processed the whole salary, like the price of AJ Brown and how that works, and then like is there some obvious cuts that we're gonna have to make now, or however that works. But at face value, Jordan Davis, I admit, not a safe pick by any means, but the upside is truly immense in Jordan Davis. I'm hyped for it. AJ Brown, hyped for it. AJ Brown would have been, compared to any wide receiver in this class, AJ Brown would be the top wide receiver in this class. So let's go. We got D tackle 1. We got what would have been wide receiver 1 out of all the guys that went. Even like throwing in Hollywood Brown, AJ Brown, I still think would be ranked higher than Drake London and Garrett Wilson and stuff like that. So we have 2 picks left. I still assume someone's going to trade up. Someone is going. I mean, I'm looking to see what's going on here. I just don't think you can. It'd be a waste if you have any, like, some team had to fall in love with Malik Wallace. He had enough pro day, top 30 visits that some team's gonna be like, we need to get 32 just to get that 5th-year option. Like, the value and the compensation you're gonna give up to get that extra year of not having to pay him $1 trillion if he pans out is worth whatever compensation versus waiting to get him in the second round, I think. Well, the Bengals selection is in. We're just going to wait for it. I'm doing a commercial here, so I'm going to take a little drink here. I mean, even then, like, you could still look at the players that are available. And I mean, Malik Willis was considered to go high because he's a quarterback, and quarterbacks go high. But like, there's no real free fall. Like, I don't like. Let's see. In terms of free falling. In terms of talent, where I think like they should who's actually the biggest faller here? Because I mean, like, again, if you go off mock drafts, Malik Willis fell. Kyle Hamilton for some reason was still like being like a top 5, top 10 pick, fell a little bit. McDuffie, even that, I don't like. There really hasn't been any, like, Jermaine Johnson was high in mocks, but not personally in my opinion. Like, I just don't think there's been that much of a free fall for any players. But I guess if Malik Willis slips in the second round, that would be highly unexpected. What pick shocked me the most? Cole Strange to the Patriots. Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of a surprised me the most in a what are you doing? It's Cole Strange. Surprised me the most in value would be Jermaine Johnson of the Jets. Surprised me in most of like, oh, I didn't really think about that, but okay, I'm on board. Probably the Lions getting Jameson Williams, because it wasn't really like a thing that was talked about, but they went out and did the damn thing. Man, I love how they're just milking these extra commercials. Come on, man, it's fucking 12:30. I'm a father of 2 here. Let's go. Get the picks in. Devin Lloyd fell, kind of not really. Again, it depends. Like, you look at a lot of people's big boards, a lot of people that are very good at their jobs had Devin Lloyd as a top 10 talent. I had him close to a top 10 talent, but again, talent and value don't always line up. Like, I was fully expecting Devin Lloyd to go late teens in the 20s. So I don't think it was that much of a free fall, but it's still a good pick for Jacksonville. Kenny Pickett over Malik Willis. I wouldn't say it's a shocker, but it's definitely surprising. I had Kenny Pickett as my quarterback 1 in this year's draft class. I had Malik Willis as my quarterback 2. So from that standpoint, if I'm trusting my eyes, trusting what I thought as evaluating quarterbacks as a fake scout, it lines up, right? That Kenny Pickett, my top quarterback, goes first. But I just think that the story that creates right there is going to be one to follow, man. These guys are going to be linked forever now, and it's going to be Kenny Pickett's career versus wherever Malik Willis ends up going. So that's, hindsight, reflecting back on that pick a couple years from now, that's as interesting of a pick as there was in this entire draft. But you know what? You know what might be true? It's like, the whole fifth-year option thing, which it makes sense if you're trying to take advantage of the salary cap. But, like, with all these players now demanding to get paid before that anyways and gets ugly, maybe it's less. Maybe there's less value of that fifth-round pick. Cincinnati Bengals select Dax Hill, safety mission. Kind of weird. And at pick 31, the Bengals select Dax Hill. It's fair. Safety. He's listed as safety. Better classify as a deep. Weird pick. I mean, I assume you make this selection with the idea that you're going to find a way to get him and Jesse Bates around the field at the same time, or do they not? Are they not confident that they can get that long-term extension with Jesse Bates? Did they get that? I could be brain farting that. I thought they just tagged him. But I was like, he's a nickel. He could be a nickel, but then again, like, don't they have Mike Hilton? Mike Hilton's outstanding nickel. So it's kind of weird. You should make this under the assumption they're going to find a way to get Dax Hill and Jesse Bates out in the field. That could be a very good combination. Kind of a surprising pick, but I mean, where else do they go at this spot, right? If you're Cincinnati, I think you could look at Andrew Booth at corner. I probably would have went Andrew Booth at corner because he gives you outside. He's an outside corner. That's his ceiling, to be a starting outside kind of lockdown corner. But, I mean, the linemen, like we always talk about still, even with Lael Collins and what they've done, they still could invest in the offensive line. I had Linderbaum going here. There's not a lot of value. Like, unless you're the Patriots and you could be drafting just whoever, like Cam Jurgens or something like that, not a lot of value at the offensive line at this spot. So if you're going BPA, they don't need Malik Willis. I mean, if I was Cincinnati, I'd be seeing if any of those QB teams want to trade up, give them the board. I think I would have went Booth, but Daxton Hill's a versatile player. Find a way to get both of them on the field. We'll give... I'll give that B+, a strong B+. Bengals had Von Bell and Bates. I mean, I guess you're going to have to get creative with them a little bit, but it could just be BPA. It's weird. Because, like, I get, man, Dax Hill can do a lot of things. It's what is he going to do in particular for Cincinnati that they didn't already have? All right, the pick is in, final pick. So no one's trading up for Malik Willis. Could Malik Willis go here to Minnesota, add to the drama, that quarterback room of Kirk Cousins and Kellen Mond? You get Malik Willis. Like, I'll be surprised that Malik Willis, no one's coming up to get that fifth-year option. But then, again, what I was just kind of saying is that with all these players wanting to get paid before that fifth-year option, before even that freaking fourth year comes up, they want that extension maybe now more than ever, especially we're seeing with the wide receivers here, now more than ever that fifth-year option is not as valuable as it would have been in years past. So the Vikings at their Booth, right? Top corner on the board. Andrew Booth, that's a guy that would have been, when they were picking way up here, in contention there. So I think if you're not going court, like literally one of these two guys, they could surprise the world going Malik Willis. I think Andrew Booth is probably, like, that's the value. They need corner. That secondary is butt cheeks. They could go Kyler Gordon, potentially, if they really like him. They might, wouldn't be crazy to have Kyler Gordon graded out higher than Andrew Booth. They could go pass rush. They're probably not going to go, red shirt pass rusher, I don't think. Ebiketie Mafe could go. Could go say. I mean, Vikings were a team that thought that maybe they could get Kyle Hamilton. So you go Scene, Petrie. I mean, I had him as a first rounder. He's in my top 20. Do they still need O-line help? No, not really. Wide receiver. No. Thielen's not getting any younger. Could this be George Pickens? I'm glad, though. I was looking at all the prop bets, over 100s for draft, and I was very close to putting money on George Pickens going in the first round, but then I was like, red flags, he might fall here a little bit. Let's see what we got. The final pick of the first round, and then we're just going to talk about all the players that are available in the second round, and obviously, if you're not an Eagle fan, I am going to relate a lot of it back to the Philadelphia Eagles, but let's see what we got here. Pick is in. I'll say right this. The fact that the pick is in, it's probably not going to be a quarterback, and I'm still just kind of surprised that no team traded up. Pull the Lamar Jackson and get the quarterback fifth-year option at pick 32. But the pick is in. Daniel Jeremiah is talking about Boy Mafe as a potential guy that they could bring in. Let's see it. Get to the pick, please. Father of two. It's almost 1. Let's go. Look, my cat has slept this whole time. Can you say what's up, Riggs? Can you say what's up, Riggs? My cat slept the whole time. Look, he's ready. He's like, I'm going up for snacks. I'm going up for snacks. This thing needs to hurry up. There you go. Vikings are picking. Can you chill for a couple minutes? Thirty-second pick. Minnesota Vikings select Andrew Booth. Lewis Cine. Huh. Okay. Let's finish this out, and then we'll chill for a couple minutes here. So to finish out the draft, I was thinking quarterback. I was thinking that, what is this? Be quiet, you. Stupid laptop. That's simply not going to make the video. All right, so we thought at pick 32 that the Minnesota Vikings, I was thinking Andrew Booth at corner. That was the guy that they could have got before they even traded back. The fact they're still at 32 could be their own little Jermaine Johnson situation where they trade back and still get the guy they might have got. People were talking, maybe Malik Willis. I was surprised some team didn't trade up to get Malik Willis like the Ravens did when they got Lamar Jackson. Maybe the Vikings could have stayed put and get Malik Willis. And they get Lewis Cine, this safety from Georgia. Not necessarily shocking, because I think a lot of people were maybe even considering Kyle Hamilton to the Minnesota Vikings at their original spot. So the fact that they got a safety is not crazy. It's weird that, hey, Malik Willis slipped out of the first round, but Lewis Cine grading that B+. You got to get younger, a little bit younger at that safety core. Maybe the successor for Harrison Smith. So not a bad piece of business for Lewis Cine. But yeah, that for everyone that's watching this on the YouTubes and the recap is the grades. Thank you very much for tuning in. I will be streaming tomorrow night on Friday for the second and third rounds. So if you want to come hang out again, I appreciate everyone that did hang out here tonight. Thank you very much. If it's your first time stopping by, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Smash the like button if you enjoyed. And let's do it all again tomorrow night. What a first round. Philly, Jordan Davis, A.J. Brown. Let's go, baby. Go Eagles. All right, I'm not going anywhere yet for the stream. Still want to chill for a little bit. Let's take a look, man. That's the first round. I will kind of just quickly go over here just a little bit. Then I just want to look at the guys who are still available in the second round. And then I'll get out of here, man. It's almost 1 a.m. We've been recapping this pretty much the whole night. I don't think there's, and I think when I start to clip all these little clips that I've been taking throughout the night to put in the recap video, I gave it a lot of high scores because I don't really think there's a lot of bad picks. I think let's question some things here. I have no issue with Stingley going there at 3. Maybe ahead of Sauce is weird, but is what it is. Not that bad. Drake London being the first wide receiver was surprising, but it's not ridiculous, especially if you're looking at a lot of the people that have additional insight, all the smart scouts and shit. They had Drake London as their top wideout. So, not crazy. And you have the Lions trading up to get Jameson Williams. You have the Eagles trading up to get Jordan Davis. Kyle Hamilton going there. Kenyon Green, maybe a little rich for my blood, getting him at 15. Especially over Zion Johnson. That's a little question, but again, not brutal. It's not a brutal selection. You go to here, obviously Treylon Burks going to Tennessee to replace A.J. Brown. Penning, maybe not the best value at 19, but the Saints desperately needed a tackle. Just a sec, losing my voice. Pickett over Willis was certainly something. Pickett going in the first round, Malik Willis not going in the first round, also something. I mean, there's a lot of momentum that Desmond Ridder was going to be a first-round quarterback. That didn't happen. Psych. Again, you want to rip the Packers for not getting a wideout, but it's to be optimistic. They got Quay Walker, who's a good football player. Devontae Wyatt, red flags, good football player. They can still find a way in the second round to get Sky Moore, to get George Pickens, to get Christian Watson, guys that probably a lot of fans given the board would have liked them to get here. It might not look so bad in hindsight. So I'm thinking, obviously, night one as it stands, pretty bad for Green Bay. But if they end up getting George, let's just say right now, hypothetically, Green Bay gets George Pickens next, and they leave this draft with Quay Walker, Devontae Wyatt, George Pickens. That's a lot of talent going to Green Bay. So it's weird to completely shit over the Packers here, but we don't know what tomorrow holds. And as it stands, very questionable picks yet again. But they got some solid players. I love Elam going there. Tyler Smith to the Cowboys, maybe a little bit of a surprise. Jermaine Johnson, a little bit of a free fall. Devin Lloyd, a little bit of a fall there. That's a good pick. I mean, Cole Strange is just a shit pick. Just, again, we're not here to rip on the player. Cole Strange, especially with how the Patriots have been at evaluating and developing offensive linemen, you would bet on Cole Strange being very good in the NFL. But there's just no way to really sell that value at all. The value is not there anywhere, shape, or form. Don't think that, I don't think the Patriots had to worry about Cole Strange going to any of these teams in the first round. So I think he could have just kept on trading back. It would have made more sense if they got him in the second round and they had a whole bunch more picks for what they would have got from 29 trading back. The value is the overwhelming issue there for the Patriots. Rest of the picks all kind of made sense, and we just look at the players that are remaining. I don't know if I can go back here. Will that work? Ah, shit. All right, let's do. We'll do 2 rounds here real quick. We'll go fast. We'll see how well. What do you mean? I cannot. Okay, we're just gonna make all the picks that happen. I'm not gonna make let's see if I can remember them. My memory game here. We've had some salads. Trayvon Walker, Aiden Hutchinson. They got Derek Stingley. Let's just remember the picks where they went. Sauce went at 4. 5 was Thibodeau. 6 was Aquanu. Neal was 7. Drake London was 8. 9 was Charles Cross. 10 was Garrett Wilson. 11. I can't remember. Okay, so we know Kyle Hamilton went. We know Jermaine Johnson went. We know Jameson Williams went. We know Jordan Davis. Chris Olave. McDuffie. Penning. Lloyd. Karlaftis. We're just doing this so I can see what players are left in the second round. Burks is gone. Zion Johnson is gone. Linderbaum is gone. Devontae White is gone. Kenyon Green is gone. Dax Hill is gone. Kyer Elam is gone. Dotson. Scene. Fucking Cole Strange. Gone. Who am I missing here? Tyler Smith. Gone. Fuck am I missing? Quay Walker, gone. So now we are going into the second round. Obviously, we're just going to talk about the talent first and foremost. But I will obviously relate this back to the Philadelphia Eagles. In terms of the guys that are falling, I think Malik Willis, Andrew Booth, Kobe Dean, boom, big players. Ajabo, we all know he's going to get that red shirt, but the upside is there. You can get a guy here that is going to be very good in 2023 and beyond. Ritter, Ebiketie is good value. Breece Hall, who many assume is a top running back, even though there's a little bit of chatter from the Michigan State fans that title could belong to Kenneth Walker. Corral's still there. Sky Moore's still there. Travis Jones, the Beast. Pickens, my dude. Jalen Petrie. Watson. Some of these guys that some people thought could have snuck into the first round, still there. But there's not a lot of crazy ones. Like, really, those are probably the 3 guys that maybe Ritter, to an extent, that could have been there in the first round. But to close this one out, for everyone that's still just chilling, we're going to talk about this as Eagles. 51 is the next pick for Philadelphia here. Who do I want as an Eagle fan? The guys that fall. I mean, again, should Philly be aggressive? I don't know how aggressive Philly is going to be, considering that we did, make a couple trades here and there. But, guys that are available. If one of those running backs, if we wait at 51, and we'll say Breece Hall is still there, I wouldn't hate that selection, because you look at the running back room for the Philadelphia Eagles in 2023, it's Kenny Gainwell. That's it. I don't expect them to pay Miles Sanders, and you got Boston Scott on 1 year. So Breece Hall at 51 could very well be BPA for Philadelphia. He's an absolute stud. I'd be happy with that pick. Wide receivers. I mean, we got A.J. Brown, but I will not eliminate my love for George Pickens. And if he's still there, I don't think we'd trade up for him. But they did bring him in for a visit. They might love him. They could have brought him in to visit, thought he was a dickhead, and that's why they traded for A.J. Brown. But George Pickens is still on the menu for Philadelphia until that dream dies. I'm leaving that door open. I would love George Pickens, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith as our wide receiver core. Tight end in the day 2, so second or third round. They could. right? I mean, with JJ Arcega-Whiteside, we don't know how much stock's really in that for him converting to a tight end. But I think bringing in another tight end at some point in the draft should be what Philly looks at. So, I mean, you got McBride, Dulcich, Ruckert. I think I'd rather wait for the value later on. I think like Charlie Kolar, maybe in the 4th or 5th round. I don't even know what fucking picks we have anymore after all these trades. But later, Kolar might be more value. But if Trey McBride's still there, maybe more so at the 3rd round. You can look at pulling that trigger. I don't think Philly's going to be overly active on the offensive line in particular. Could get Juergens, though, a little bit more of that athletic center if you wanted someone to be the successor for Jason Kelce. Going to the D-line, this is where Philly could, again, maybe be a little active, but I would more so assume with Jordan Davis, we're looking at the edges. Howie Roseman, especially we saw with the Sidney Jones selection, is known to redshirt pass rushers. So I absolutely think right now, so far, through all the prospects I've talked about, I think Ojabo is probably what Howie Roseman's hoping for in the 2nd round right now. I think Philly showed a lot of interest in him before the injury. And they have especially with Derek Barnett, even though you don't want to see Derek Barnett on the field, he's a penalty magnet. Redshirting a talented player is what Philly has done before in the past, and the upside of Ojabo, that just screams like a Howie Roseman pick. But Ebiketie, I'm in. I'm in for Arnold Ebiketie. Mafe, Benito, Drake Jackson, those are all guys at 51 in particular. We're staying there. Philly could definitely. There's edge rushers to be had if Philly wants to go edge at 51, which I think they could. You got obviously the linebackers, Nakobe Dean, Christian Harris, Muma. Nakobe Dean's going to be a popular name. I would not get my hopes up that Philadelphia would trade up to get Nakobe Dean, but if he falls into their lap, Kaiser White's on a 1-year deal. TJ Edwards is going to be on his last year. Dean might be too much value for Philadelphia. I already know a lot of people are probably going to get tagged on Twitter a billion times. Should Philly trade up for Nakobe Dean? What are they going to do? What kind of trade could they? I don't think they would, but, it was probably expected along circles that he would fall a little bit here. So, Philly still has a 2. They have a 3. Someone in chat said they got a 5 and a 7. They could for Nakobe Dean. I think the player that I would trade up for is Andrew Booth. Andrew Booth still being there, I would be aggressive if I was Philadelphia to go get Andrew Booth. As much as we like some safeties here, I would love Jalen Petrie. I would love Jaquan Brisker. Those would, in my opinion, and C4's unbiased opinion, I still think even with Booth slipping in the 2nd round, I would like to go safety there. But then you got to think, I don't know. I'm talking out my ass here, but you got to think maybe like if we can be aggressive and get Booth, do we still get Honey Badger? Can we still even afford Honey Badger with A.J. Brown? Is Philly adding someone like A.J. Brown more enticing for Honey Badger to come to Philly because we look like more contenders? There's a lot of moving pieces. In a dream scenario, I'm saying to end this one, in a dream scenario for Philadelphia here, they find a way to trade up and get Andrew Booth in the 2nd round, and they get Honey Badger. In a more realistic scenario, they stay at 51. The players at 51 would be Petrie, would be Brisker, maybe Kyler Gordon if he's still there. He's probably going to go, but maybe Kyler Gordon because it's unrealistic for Booth to fall to 51, I think. But either one of these corners would be fine at 51. I think it's unrealistic. So I'd say realistic, Petrie, Brisker, Kyler Gordon. If Dean's still there at 51, I think that might even be too much for Howie Roseman to say no. I think Ajabo's totally on the menu at 51. I would love Ebiketie, higher on him than most. I had Ebiketie higher than Jermaine Johnson in my rankings. Love him at 51, even though not sure if he'd be more of a traditional DN, which is what I think Philly's in the market for, or he'd be a guy that would rotate with Hassan Riddick as like the pass rushing Sam. But those two guys could still be there at 51. I would love that. Again, all these edge rushers could be good value. And then you just look at, could we just say F it and go George Pickens? Hell yeah, I'm in on that. Could we say F it and go Sky Moore and put him in the slot? We could go in on that. Could we just say let's just get the best running back in the class at 51. The value's there, too much value. I'd be in on that. But I don't know. I don't really know what I can say. In terms of, I gave you my dream scenario, I'd say my favorite pick, staying at 51, that's realistic. It's got to be Petrie. He's one of my favorite players. It's safety at 51, because I just think overall, going back to my dream scenario, we probably, with A.J. Brown's extension, priced ourselves out of Honey Badger, so we still need corner, still need safety, and the safety value at 51, assuming Booth and Gordon are gone, is going to be better. I'd rather go safety than McCreary. A project like Woolen, or any of these guys. Philly, third round, might be able to get a Zion McCollum, Martin Emerson, Armour Davis, someone like that in the third round potentially. But I mean, yeah, we end this day as an Eagle. That's how we're going to close this one. It's like there's still a lot of questions on this team, even though we made a splash move. AJ Brown, Jordan Davis, the secondary is still not in a great spot. So is what it is here, fellas. That will do it for me today, man. We got to wrap this one up. It is 10 minutes, 10 to 1. And if we're doing this all again tomorrow, we got to rock and roll here just a little bit. So thank you guys very much for watching. I'm blown away. I literally, like, in my head, I was like, I had hopes that I was like, all right, people are going to chill. We're going to be chilling, man. But I was like, man, there's probably got to be, I don't stream on YouTube. There's going to be like 50, 60 people there. The fact that we've had, consistently 250, 300, over 10K, I appreciate. Thank you guys very much for hanging out with me. Made my night. Worth probably not having that much of a voice in the morning. So thank you guys very much. And I'll see you guys back here again tomorrow. Same time, same place. We will react.